Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life because the Mets are really sucking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New
Head for the park and greet the Mets. Hot dogs, green grass, all out of shade. Guaranteed to have a heck of a day because those Mets are really rocking that ball, hitting those home runs over the wall. New Jersey, Brooklyn, Queens, uptown and down. Let's go Mets! That's the cheer all over New York town. Meet the Mets, meet the Mets, meet the Mets, meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Head for the park and greet the Mets. Hot dogs, green grass, all out of shade. Guaranteed to have a heck of a day because those Mets are really rocking that ball, hitting those home runs over the wall. Go Riders, New Jersey, Brooklyn, Queens, uptown and down. Let's go Mets! That's the cheer all over New York town. Meet the Mets, let's go Mets!
Hi, everybody. This is the Baseball Hut, the amazing, spectacular, terrific, the great one, the People's Champion. Your host, Hut, and welcome back to the Baseball Hut. And hopefully you like this video and, of course, hit that subscribe button. So we are back here live, no longer in the hellhole of New York City. And we're going to talk about the Mets for quite a while. Let me get to the chat. Hello, Kevin Reardon. Daniel Caps, Stony814, how you doing? Howard McDonald. Yes, I did a video. A short on Jake Diekman, who is a Deke. He's been sent off, folks. Sent off to the Phantom Zone, also known as designated for assignment. And got that tip. I was busy doing videos here. Got that from Stony814. Hiya Hub, want to thank you again for the video you did on Diekman. It was funny too, LOL. And for giving me credit on it. I did the same thing. Yeah, I am on X. So if you're on X, please, of course, follow me on there. We're going to be going for a while. So I did a live stream this morning, but the problem was it was raining here. It's raining a little bit today. I think they'll get the game in today. It's supposed to rain around 7 o'clock, but it should clear out of here by 8. So we will see about the weather. I'll have the lineups for you in a little bit once the Mets post them. And I'm going to be going for a while. So we're going to probably go up until the game. Hopefully I can hold up. My voice can hold up. And then we'll do a live stream. There was this is a big trade that just came down between the Dodgers, the Cardinals, and the White Sox. The White Sox sent Tommy Pham, believe it or not, and Eric Fedde to the Cardinals. And the Dodgers got Tommy Edman. So Tommy Pham goes back to the Cardinals, where he began his career. So that madman is now with the Cardinals, and that'll go over well. Hopefully he can straighten that team out. But that was the big trade. That's the big trade so far today. And Jack Flaherty was scratched from his start tonight. A little word from a little Andy Martino of SNY. It seems that he is not getting traded to the Mets. Michael Kopech as well was traded as well. He was traded to the Dodgers as well. Yeah, so Tommy Pham is being confirmed that he's going to get traded to the Cardinals. What a massive three-way trade. And in a way, I'm glad the Mets did not get Eric Fedde. I have a very nervous feeling about him with the Mets or any team, considering his history in Major League Baseball. He's been a terrible major leaguer. And I know he went to Korea last year, and he was the best player in Korea, but it's just not a good situation. You got to be very careful. And the big news here with the Mets today was that Jake Diekman was sent off, and he is gone. He had such a whirlwind of a week. The guy was on top of the world on Tuesday, talking to the media, and you can see why he's such a spaz on the mound. He could barely put two sentences together during the interview process, during the sort of interviews he was giving to the press. But now that we have some kind of clarification in terms of that he's out of here, Matt Cage is a lefty that the Mets picked up a couple weeks ago. He's been recalled, so at least we don't have to look at Diekman and his nervousness and constantly walking batters. I mean, let me go through this trade. It's Cardinals, Dodgers, White Sox trade. The White Sox send the right-handed pitcher Eric Fedde to the Cardinals, to the Dodgers. The Dodgers receive Tommy Edman and Michael Kopech. And the White Sox receive Miguel Fargas, Jarrell Perez, Noah Miller, and Alexander Albertus. And also Tommy Pham is going in this deal. So this is a massive deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. An 8-player deal. You don't see too many deals like this at the deadline. And a 3-way deal. Hello, A Prodigy. Pham to the Cardinals. Yes, we're discussing that. He goes back to the Cardinals. He started with the Cardinals. Started his career there. And he's bounced around, obviously, with the Mets, the Padres, the White Sox, the Diamondbacks. And we'll get into this. Sony814 says Diekman gets mad after the game and smashes things and throws his glove in the dugout. Now, he was dead weight. I mean, let's be honest. They got rid of him. They got rid of Adrian Hauser, another guy that was dead weight the other day. I don't feel bad that they got rid of him. Now, the Mets supposedly are having a tough time making a deal because they don't want to spend too much in terms of prospects. But I think a guy like Tarik Skubal could be fit in that category. The Mets should consider it. The Mets have a glut of minor league infielders. There's Jack Williams, Ronnie Mauricio, Luis Angel Acuna, Jeremy Rodriguez. I mentioned these middle infielders, Brett Beatty, a bunch of these guys. They could probably move. Those are guys the Mets could consider moving. And the Mets do have some pitching beyond Sproat. They should consider moving anybody from the Mets minor leagues. Even Nolan McLean, they should consider moving. To me, the only player you don't move is Sprout, and I think the rest of them I can move them. The rest of this farm system, I could probably move for a guy like Tarik Skubal. Right now he's the leading candidate to win the American League Cy Young Award. So to me, that makes the most sense. Now, before we get into this further, you need to hit the like button and also come in here and subscribe. I don't have any restrictions on the channel today, so maybe later after the game. I don't have one right now, so please, of course, subscribe. We have a lot of fun here. I have a lot of fun here. I don't know about anybody else, but I have a lot of fun here. And at around 4 o'clock, I'll take a bit of a break to stretch my legs and probably use the bathroom. But, this is going to be an interesting day and a half here. Really, how many hours now? Less than 26 hours away from the trade deadline. Tomorrow, I will hopefully have a live stream outside. I wanted to have one this morning, but like I said, it was raining. But I'll have one in the morning outside for about an hour, hour and a half, around 9 o'clock. And we're going to have a lot of fun talking about our Mets. And now other people are sending me things about it's about the Diekman. Thank you, Muttley and Love. Again, you need to follow me on X. So you can, quite frankly, you can, and you can send me stuff, and it'll be great. Let me just send this link to this person because this person doesn't realize I did a video on Diekman getting sent off. And people are very excited. It's the #1 video right now on my shorts. So let me just send this to Muttley because this is Muttley and Love. He was here earlier. Stony814 says, do you think we keep Alex Ramirez, or you think he'd be in a trade? You think he'll be? I don't know yet. He would have to be in a package deal. He would be a guy that would go in a package. That's not a standalone player in a deal right now because he is, a player that has lost a lot of value over the last year or two. So I don't know at this point what the situation is with him. A Prodigy says Alex Ramirez isn't good. Now here's Spaz Licata, who's made a fool out of himself again. I'm going to just read you this quote from WFAN. I don't need to watch this nonsense. Spaz says it would be a massive disappointment if the Mets don't land a top starting pitcher before the deadline. Fuck off, Spaz. Okay? F off, Spaz. Spaz Licata. Just a complete total jerk. Muttley Love says, did you see that the Mets DFA Diekman today? Yes! I sent you a video, Muttley, just now. Hold on, I need a drink. I just sent you a video. Yes, Jake Diekman's been sent off to the Phantom Zone. May we never see his type and kind again. But Spaz Licata making threatening comments. Shut up. Stoney says Spaz was on Rob's channel last night. Huh? Did you see that? No, I did not. I guess he thinks, that's some kind of one-upmanship. Whatever. He is gutless. Spaz Licata can come on here. I'll have him on, but he is gutless. Jesus Lopez P says, I have no idea what he said. English, motherfucker. English. Do you speak it? That's from Pulp Fiction, by the way. Also, Spaz was on the Potatoes show. Okay, good for him. He wants another guy that wants to be an insider, but he didn't do that much. He just does his live streams. But see, I could not care less. That's Spaz trying to get to me. I don't care. I don't care if he's on here or not on here. Don't care. I don't care if anybody comes on. To be honest with you, I guess that's why everybody was leaving my show to see what he. But Spaz will not go on a show that will challenge him. Spaz will not do that. He would just not do that. Most of these people don't impress me, quite frankly. Not to be mean, it's just how I feel. Yeah, it's just how I am. But yeah, so just been very active so far in the last few hours. Michael Lorenzen was also traded. He was traded to what the hell was he traded to? He was traded to the Royals. He was with the Rangers. He got traded to the Royals. His name popped up very quickly, and he was sent off very quickly to another team. Nestor Cortez's name has popped up over the last few hours. That's a new name. A new name that's popped up, and that's Nestor Cortez with the Yankees. I did a video on him on the Baseball Hut 2, and you need to subscribe to the Baseball Hut 2. So that was something that happened. Hopefully we'll have some bells being rung for our Mets today. If not, I will do, again, like I said, during the game, if there's a trade during the game, I'll do a video. I'll certainly do a video during the game if there's a trade. Brooklyn EWM says, "Oh, happy day! Bleakman made every Mets fans' blood pressure boil." Oh my God, you ain't kidding, man. My blood pressure hadn't been that bad in a long time for a player, and he's out of here. So we don't have to worry about him now. Got a little thunder in the background. Good thing I'm not outside right now. It looks like it's going to rain again. Wasn't that interesting? Now, of course, please like this video and hit the subscribe button. Stony14 says, "Hey, Hud, I'm still waiting for Frank Fleming to throw first pitch at Shea State at Citi Field. That's not happening, man. He will throw out the pitch for every major league team except for the team he roots for. That's his dream. Well, stop being an asshole. That's your dream. Stop being an asshole, dickhead." Here's D. "Hello, Mets fan and Mets fans. Well, Fedde is taken by the Cardinals. Let the Cardinals have him. Okay? Let the Cardinals have him. Let's be honest. I'm a little nervous about him because he's been so lousy in the majors except for this year. I was just sort of digging through his numbers. The only number that seems to be a little bit different with him is he's not walking massive amounts of batters. So that, to me, okay, again, just sort of mention it, Jack Flaherty, who was on the block, he's been scratched from his start. He's not going to the Mets. So, even though I have him in the title of this video, he's been scratched from his start. I heard I believe the Padres so active. The Braves, the Guardians, Houston, the Mets, and San Diego. These says reports are that the Mets kicked the tires on Jameson Taillon. Yeah, he's not a bad idea, but it seems like they want to hold on to him. It seems that the Cubs want to hold on to him. The Cubs are kind of threading a needle. They want to do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. I mean, they got rid of that goofball, Christopher Morel. What's up with the eye black for Christopher Morel? He's like a cat, He looks, what is he, like, think he's like, I said this, was he thinking like he's a school play or something? He's in a perpetual school play with the eye black? Where he looks like a freaking cat? Hello, Morph Man. I want to move a big one, okay? Like what? What do you want, Morph Man? Tell me what you want. Tell your hut what you want. Perhaps I can provide it to you. Probably not. I would mention the Mets have been very active. A Prodigy said this earlier. The Mets have made a lot of moves this year. Every time a player did not perform, he got him the hell out of here. I mean, he got rid of within a week. He got rid of Adrian Hauser and he got rid of DJ Stewart, and now he's gotten rid of Jake Diekman. So he's gotten rid of a whole bunch of. Now we mentioned about Stewart. He's been sent to the mines, but he's been sent out of here. I would think at some point the Mets will probably deal Hauser and Diekman because somebody will want Diekman. I mean, I don't. I mean, we don't like him. I know we don't like him, but some team will like him. They'll be like, this guy pitched well last year. He needs to go to a team that has a better pitching coach than what the Mets have. The Mets have a lousy pitching coach. And that's the one thing we need to sort of keep in mind is that these two guys in particular, and Stewart, Hauser, Stewart, and Diekman were dead weight, and they're out of here within less than a week. So that tells you the sort of sense of urgency that the Mets have. So don't get too down if they haven't done anything today. We still got many, many hours to go, and many, many hours to go in the show. D says, what about giving Crochet an extension? Cohen has the money. First of all, he's not a Met yet. Second of all, you don't have to give an extension. For what? He's got 3 more years of his contract. And he's been a reliever up until this year. So, I don't think that that's really something that we need to think about right now. An extension. He hasn't even pitched a game for any team other than the White Sox. To be honest with you, to be fair. To be fair on that situation. Now, of course, hit the like button. Yeah, so David Stearns got rid of all this dead weight. What else is there? Is there anybody else here that we don't like? Anybody else here that needs to go? I think he got rid of everybody. He got rid of Tom. He got rid of Jake Diekman. He got rid of Hauser. Got rid of Stewart. D says Crochet's ask for money up front before pitching in postseason. That's what I meant. Really. Stephen Dilcher says Adam out of yes, but I think that they have sort of an attachment to him because he's been here for a few years and they re-signed him, and I think that's a different story. I think there's a little bit of a different thing with him, but they're going to wait till the very end with him. Hold on, I need a drink. But he is dead weight. I do agree with you on that one. That doesn't mean the Mets are going to not get rid of him. We'll see. Hopefully they get rid of him too. He's a headache too. So this big trade that happened today, what a crazy deal. Tommy Edman hasn't played all year, and he got traded in this crazy trade and going to the Dodgers with Michael Kopech. Crazy. And Baltimore's in on Tarik Skubal. And Baltimore's in on Blake Snell, which tells you how they changed their philosophy because they changed ownership. Very interesting. D says we need Bader and Nimmo healthy and starting tonight. Why tonight? What's so special about tonight? It's just another game tonight. Really, to be honest with you, I have not been disappointed so far in what they've done, other than I thought that they could have done a little bit better by not picking up Winker. Like I said earlier this morning, I had a live stream earlier this morning. Hello, Rocky Marciano. I thought that they could have done something a little bit more substantial than Jesse Winker. Jesse Winker's not an everyday player, and I was really hoping that the Mets had brought in a guy that was an everyday player. I also mentioned they have Ben Gamel on this roster too, and he really hasn't done much. They haven't really played him that much. I would expect that when Starling Marte comes back, that he'll be the next to go. He'll be gone. But that'll be later on. Who the hell knows when Marte is coming back? You can always still keep an eye on the Mets. Maybe they bring in another bat. Maybe somebody that's like a right-handed bat. I don't know. But we'll see. But Stony 814, who do you see us getting in a trade? Let me run down some names here. I got my whole list here. I thought Lorenzen would have been perfect guy because he could go in the bullpen. He says because they are on a 2-game slide, getting outscored 13-2. Don't worry about the score. Don't worry about the scores. You're going to get blown out here and there. That's not a big deal. And they had 2 pitchers that are not. You can't pitch them back to back, and that's McGill and Peterson. You can't pitch them back to back games, quite frankly. So just don't even worry about that. Don't worry about the score. People get too worked up about the score. You're going to get scores like that during the season. Whether it happens a day, one day here and then the next day. Jose Gonzalez says Gamble needs to go next. Well, he hasn't done anything negative or positive to be. He needs to go next. Not every player on your team is going to help you win a division or a pennant race. You want that to be the case, but some guys just need to fill the roster out. Let me see. I'm going through these names. Well, first of all, Luis Garcia. Luis Garcia is a guy to keep an eye on. The Mets could be getting him. There's a whole bunch of teams in on him. He's not going to cost nearly as much as Carlos Estevez did for the Phillies. That's a guy to keep an eye on. Believe it or not, UC Kikuchi, starter. I don't really like him that much. There are a bunch of teams in on him. The Twins, the Astros, the Dodgers, San Diego. It'll be interesting to see how much the Dodgers have to do going into the deadline. They certainly could use a shortstop, a professional shortstop. And a guy like a Paul DeJong could fit Brandon Crawford, although I don't know if Crawford's going to move from the Cardinals. Also, there's word that the Pirates are on the verge of making a trade for an outfielder. Also here in Tyler Ward of the Angels has been told he's not going to play for the Angels after the deadline. He's got a few teams on him. We'll go through the list in a little bit. But the Phillies, Braves, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, and Minnesota are on Taylor Ward. D says, I think the Mets will get a starting pitcher and they want Price to drop a bit. Well, that's what the word is. They need some bullpen help. They need a setup man. I would think, and here's another thing, John Gray got hurt last night in his start. So he was a guy that was ready to get put on the block, and then unfortunately got injured. I guess he hurt his groin. Oh, my groin! I mean, I think he hurt his groin, or he pulled something. But I would mention, and like I said earlier, the Mets have a glut of middle infielders that some of them they can move and not really, quite frankly, bat an eyelash in terms of just talent. Let me go through the Mets farm system a little bit on the side here. For some reason, I can't share it. Still internet issues. My internet was down here for about a half hour this morning. Right after I did my live stream with you guys, it was down for about a half hour. I was really pissed. I was like, good thing that happened at 2 o'clock. And again, we'll be back here later tonight after the Met game. But the Mets have a very deep. Most of the Mets prospects are in their infield, in their middle infield. Okay, Jeb Williams. We'll just go run through the guys that are at the top of the list. Jeb Williams, number 1. Luis Angel Acuna, number 4. This is off of MLB.com. Ronnie Mauricio still at number 6. Colin Houck at number 7. Marco Vargas, number 8. Number 12 is Jeremy Rodriguez. Jacob Reamer, third base and first base. He's 14. Let's see here. Jesus Baez is shortstop. He's 20th. Utility guy Wilfredo Lara, outfield and third base. Boston Barrels 23rd. And so on and so on. And a couple of guys got off the list. Obviously, Tyler Stu was a big prospect here over the last year. I was very surprised they moved him for a rental and Jesse Winker. And, of course, Ryan Thomas went in the Ryan Stanek deal. But the Mets do have a depth of middle infielders that they can draw from in a trade if they were to get really, really wanting to do this with the Tigers. Drifter 86 says, disappointed they missed out at Estevez. They need 2 relievers and a mid-rotation starter. If they win, they will be carried by the offense. If the offense fails, they won't win. Well, then that's Captain Obvious. Captain Obvious right there. Thank you, Drifter 86. He drifted into this conversation with an obvious answer. It's all good fun, by the way. My little sarcasm. But really, their depth is guys that can play the infield. Okay. The Tigers are going to be bad. I mean, they're probably going to move Jack Flaherty. He was scratched from his start tonight. So they've basically moved on. And just looking at the Mets in terms of their prospects, really only 2 or 3 guys I would not move. I've sort of adjusted this. Brandon Sprout, I would not move. Nolan McLean, I would think about not moving. And probably the rest of them I can move in a big deal, in my opinion. In my opinion, that's what I would think about doing if it was up to me. But they don't look at it like that. They really want to build a very deep farm system. But a guy like Tarik Skubal, he's 27 years old. He's got plenty of years on his before he's arbitration eligible. You're getting instant quality right away. And instant production. So you're giving up years of control for a guy that's going to pitch well right away. I don't know what Stearns' philosophy is with that. Because this is the first time really that he's had all this money. That's some big thunder. D says this, what about us acquiring Crochet and Baez for prospects Beatty and Parada, and we take on Baez's crappy, shitty contract for 3 more years? No. I want no part of Javi Baez now. He has been terrible. Why would you take on all that money when he's been terrible? And it was a bad experience the first time around. I don't want him back. That's my answer to that trade. Not my answer to you, but my answer for that trade. That's a thumbs down. Thumbs down. And we get some thumbs down for Javi Baez. I'm not taking a bad contract. If the Mets didn't want to sign to a bad contract before that, why would they want to trade for him and be stuck with the last 3 years of that contract? I know I wouldn't want any part of that contract. Sorry. And Crochet is another guy that makes me nervous because he's a guy that's come out of nowhere to be a starter, and he's been a reliever all the yeah. There's no ding for that trade. That's a ding long. D says, do you like Chris Bass? Yes, but he's not getting moved. Stony 814. Hud, why do we still have Stewart? He is in the minor leagues now, Stony. The Mets sent him to the minor leagues yesterday. So he's not here. Winker took his spot on the roster. Yeah, I like Chris Bassett, but the thing is he's not getting moved. The Blue Jays said they're keeping him. The Blue Jays might be active. They might be trading starters. It'll be Kikuchi. It's not going to be Bassett. Bassett's not going anywhere, for them. Anyway. But the Mets do have depth in their minor leagues, and it's in their middle infield. And they have other middle infielders that they can draw from that aren't on the top 30. Let's see, anything new. This is from Sherman. Tommy Pham has been traded 5 times in his career. 4 of those at the deadline, including now each of the last 3 deadlines. Yeah. He is a winning player. He's a winning player. He's a very good player. No, D says DJ got sent off to the Phantoms. No, he got sent to the minors. He got a reprieve. You only get sent off to the Phantom Zone, you get DFA'd, which happened earlier with Jake Diekman. He got DFA'd, and of course Adrian Hauser got DFA'd. Now I would mention the Mets could trade them, so they could clear waivers, and the Mets just say, you know what, you're out of here. And they got till tomorrow to move these guys. Diekman will go. Oh, I can guarantee you, Diekman will be out of here by tomorrow. by the time we get to the deadline tomorrow, he'll be traded. They DFA'd him because they don't want him pitching for them anymore. Wow, a lot of thunder here. No rain. I don't know if it's raining. Is it raining? It looks like it's raining a little bit here. A lot of thunder. D says this. Stern's filling up the Phantoms. He likes firing that up, man. He likes sending them out of here. You know. I mean that kid Ramirez. He sent them out of here again. He got DFA by the team that picked him up during the season. But very active, this general manager. By the way, hold on a second. I got to take care of something. Hold on. Just got to fix my connection here. Hold on. Be right there. I have like a connection issue here. Just got to connect myself here. But I have a crummy computer and the charge. I just charged it and it's losing charge. I would mention that Ty France got traded. He was DFA'd and he's got sent off to Siberia. He'd be better off getting DFA'd. He's been sent to the Reds. They sent him to the Reds earlier this morning. So he's with Cincinnati now. So the Mariners again. Hello. I mean, really, if I had my phone here, I'll use my remote. Hello. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. You call up Jerry. Hello, Jerry. Jerry, can you make a deal? And he made a deal. He sent Ty France. That's another team that's always active. The Mariners, And Jerry DePoto is not the general manager there. But he hired someone that's got a quicker trigger finger than he does. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. And it seems that Tanner Scott's got a lot of teams on him. See, the Yankees, the Orioles, the Red Sox, and the Royals are all in on Tanner Scott. Another guy to be careful with. A guy that's never pitched in big games. A guy that's been on, other than last year, he's been on bad teams. He was with Baltimore when they were bad, and now obviously with the Miami Marlins that have been bad. Who walks the ballpark like a lunatic. 5 walks in how many, like, in his career? Not 5 walks per 9 innings. Crazy. I mean, if you think about it, the Cardinals did some job with this deal today because they traded Tommy Edman, who hadn't played, and they got Feed out of it. Now, I'm a little suspicious of Feed because he's not been a guy that has been a good major league player up until this year. So, and he's a pitcher, but boy, oh boy. He says, Hut, do you like Ryan Stanek and his postseason experience? As long as the Mets can get the postseason and he could continue with good postseason experience with the Mets, I'll be happy with that. He did not pitch well in his first appearance, by the way. Got booed off the mound at Citi Field. Well, if you don't pitch well, you don't perform, you're going to get booed. Maybe he'll become the new Jake Diekman, God forbid. Hopefully not. Yeah, so Jason Adams, he went to the what? I forgot where he went to. I think he went to the Padres. Let me just check. Let me see. I got so much stuff here, folks. All my little notes. Meant to write him down earlier. He went to the Padres the other day. I actually have a list here that I've written down that I've had for like the last 2 months, and I add names when I think of a player's name. If I see an article about a player, I talk about it and at least talk to myself about it, and then bring it up in a video, whatever, just so I have an idea, so I'm not caught off guard. Some players have gotten traded. Christopher Morel getting traded yesterday threw me off because he wasn't expected to get moved, especially in that kind of crazy big trade that they had with the Rays. So that kind of threw me off, Just check a couple things. And, of course, please like this video and subscribe. Again, this stream is going to go on for a while. So I would hope that you come in here and you like the video and subscribe, because there's going to be a lot of stuff here. Like I said, if there's a Mets trade during the game, I will have a video for you during the game tonight. They start at 7 o'clock tonight, 7:10. We'll see if the Mets get started on time. It's supposed to rain around 7 o'clock in New York, in Queens and Long Island. So we'll keep an eye on that. But after that, the rain should clear out of here by 8 o'clock. Now, right now, there's a little thunder here, which, as you know, if there's a little thunder, there's a little lightning. And it looks like it's raining out. Just a light drizzle. But I could hear the thunder in the background. I hear it now, but I will be back later in a live stream with you, talking about the Mets and really what's going on in Major League Baseball. But there will be videos up during the game if there's a trade, and shorts. I did a couple shorts already. One on Jake Diekman, one on Tarik Skubal. But this is the best time of year as you get to watch these trades. And I'm glad I'm able to do this here on YouTube for you. I should have done this years ago. I should have been doing stuff like this in 2018 with you folks. And we would have had a very different would have been a very different show, I think. I don't think I'd have that intro, to be honest with you. Let's see anything new here. That's a massive trade, though. An eight-player trade between the Cardinals, Dodgers, and the White Sox. Yes, I will say this. Diekman did get one big out of the season. He got Aaron Judge out in that game on Tuesday. Amazing. He'd never been able to do that in his life. He'd been pitching so poorly, and the idea that he was able to do that in that spot tells you maybe this is the Mets' year in some ways. Who knows? But, yeah, so I'll take you to the game time today. I'll be on till 6 o'clock. We'll see. See how long I could do this for, because I do have to do a show for later, and I have 3 shows tomorrow with you. So it's a lot of work. There'll be no live streams on Wednesday. I'm going to take a break, at least from live streams, but there'll be plenty of videos for you. He says, do you like the Yankees getting Chaz Chisholm? Let me tell you something. This is the funniest trade I've heard in a long time. You got a non-Yankee guy going to the Yankees because the Yankees are desperate. Absolutely, positively desperate to change the narrative with that club, that they're boring. Hold on, I need a drink. Look. They are a group that is about as boring as toast. It is an odd fit. It's about as odd as a fit as you could possibly get. But like I said, that tells you how desperate the Yankees are getting. It's not as desperate as Marvel hiring Robert Downey Jr. to play Dr. Doom. But it is an odd fit. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. He's a guy that's not a great clubhouse guy. He misplayed a ball in center field last night at Fenway that Juan Soto had to play it. So Juan Soto was backing him up. Just a complete disaster defensively because he's got no experience in the outfield. One of the first games in the major leagues was against the Mets, I guess, last year. I'm just a mess. Anthony Broschel says, any word on the 3-team deal between the White Sox, Dodgers, and Cardinals? Yes. I don't know if that deal's official, but let me read you the deal. The Dodgers receive infielder, outfielder Tommy Kopech from the Cardinals and right-handed pitching reliever Michael Kopech from the White Sox. The White Sox receive in a package from both teams infielder Miguel Vargas, infielder Noah Miller, infielder Joel Perez, and infielder Alexander Albertus. And the Cardinals receive a right-handed pitcher. And the Cardinals receive right-handed pitcher Eric Feed and outfielder Tommy Pham. A guy pretending to be a Munchkin's coming in here. He's going to about to spam the channel. Nice try. I had the quickest gun in the West, or in the East, as it were. Go, move along. Pretend Munchkin. Pretend Munchkin. Bye-bye. So that's the trade that happened today. Did not hear Tommy Pham going to the Cardinals. He was not one of the teams I had listed on my paper here. But this was a very interesting trade because the Cardinals had Tommy Edman and he hadn't played all year, and they got Tommy Pham and Fedde out of it. Interesting. I would mention that the White Sox are the worst team in baseball and they're very poorly run. So, I mean, you have a poorly run organization. You're not gonna get fleeced. You're gonna get ripped off. Very weird kind. But they got a whole bunch of prospects in, and actually the Dodgers brought in Michael Kopech, who's a better fit than Tommy Edman. We'll see what they get out of Edman. Maybe they play him a little bit at shortstop, considering they don't have a shortstop without Mookie Betts there. But really, with Mookie, they shouldn't be playing Mookie at short. It's unfair to him. So that was really the deal today, Anthony. And I would mention Anthony's a member. He just became a member. I have a membership here. If you want to join the memberships, please join. I would appreciate it. And I would appreciate it. It's a way to sort of support the channel. It's a way to help me out a little bit here, give you more content, give you more stuff here. And of course, it helps with the renovation of the new hut that I have here. Those things have to get fixed here. I have to get the windows fixed before the winter comes. And I have like a real long warranty on it when I get them fixed. So it's just a good thing. So if you can come and send me super chat, you'll get the bell. If you become a member, you get the bell. Anthony, he's a member. He's a new member. Let me put him on here. Anthony's a new member. And I welcome you, Anthony. I didn't do this properly. I don't know if he came on last night. He came on last night or this morning. Welcome, Anthony, to the channel. You'll get a thank you. And I welcome you to the channel. Hopefully you enjoy your time here. The immortal Jamal Jones has been designated for assignment. And the future Hall of Famer of the injured list, Giancarlo Stanton, is off the injured list. So he is back until he does not play well or plays great and then gets hurt again. So, I'm so glad that Stanton's back. But yes, welcome Anthony, and welcome all members that come in here. If you come in here and you participate in the chat, I will give you the bell, and I'll give you a nice welcome to the show and to the channel. So, so over the next couple of days, and tonight and tomorrow, I'm going to be on all day, like I am today. Be on all day tomorrow, except for my little break that I had, my 3.5 hour break. It's raining pretty good out there. You'd come to the Weather Channel, by the way, too. Hopefully they'll get the game in today. They didn't say it was going to rain around 2 o'clock here. So there's a little bit of a difference here. But, so the Mets need more starting pitching. The Mets need more bullpen help. I think they'll get a couple of pieces here. I wish they hadn't gotten Jesse Winker. I'm very concerned by that because I think they could have. I was hoping they would do better. In my opinion, but they didn't do that so far. Now I've been very happy with the fact that Stearns is not putting up with any nonsense. He's getting rid of all this dead weight. And that's a good thing. Getting rid of all this dead weight has been, all right. Okay. I don't know what the hell this guy's issue is. No clue. I try to do a nice live stream and not have to put restrictions on the channel. But that's what happens when you get a bunch of babies coming in here. Must be the same guy as before. The same guys always do the same things. They try to make it seem that they're different. I blocked this one individual. This is a new guy coming in that talks stupid. Is the guy from before. It's the same guy. They try to make it seem that it's someone new and it's just the same guy. This is not my first rodeo, by the way, when doing the live streams. Stanley Babbage says, any more moves by the Mets? Well, if you didn't know earlier, the Mets got rid of Jake Diekman, so he's been sent off to the Phantom Zone. I would expect that he'll be traded by tomorrow. But tomorrow, the deadline, he'll be out of here. Hopefully. He'll be the next person to be out of here. The next player to be out of here is Jake Diekman. I think they'll trade him. Some team will. Hello, irresistible chicken sandwich. Yeah, so Diekman will probably be out of here by tomorrow. Some team will pick him up. And maybe the Mets will get some more money. That's always good. Money never disappoints. Money never strikes out the bases loaded, and money doesn't walk the bases loaded and lose the pennant like Kenny Rogers did that one year. So that's the one thing that's good is that Diekman will be out of here. I would expect that Adrian Hauser will get dealt too between now and the deadline. I wonder when this Demon D that was also Ken Rosenthal will come back into a different alternate account. He probably will be back in a few minutes, so better prepare ourselves. I'll probably say something nasty about me, personally, which is probably the expected thing that happens. They do the same stuff, but yeah, so where was I going? Oh, yeah, so I would expect that Diekman will be traded, and I expect that Adrian Hauser will either be DFA'd and released or sent out of here packing at some point. That's for sure. That's what I expect to happen. The Mets will make a move for a reliever and a starter. The word was this morning is they were looking at a reliever that's like a starter that was like a 6-starter, a guy that could sort of put him in the bullpen. I would not do that. I would do something a little bit more substantial than that, to be honest with you. So, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Like I said, I expect a couple moves by the Mets still. A lot of teams I expect to still make moves. I expect the Dodgers to be active. The Rays aren't finished yet. I expect the Yankees to do some moves. Dylan B says, Wardy posted Diekman was DFA'd. Okay, I did a video. I did a short saying that he was DFA'd. Got to use your shorts on YouTube. And I've gotten a lot of subs to that. Okay, we've been talking about Diekman getting released. Getting designated for assignment. So who cares? A little slow on the punch. You just got it on my phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, Diekman is gone. He got one big out this whole time that he's been here. Got Horseface. Aaron Judge out last week. Now, of course, please like this video and subscribe. Trying to get to 5,000 subs and beyond. That's just going to go to 5,000. The goal is 100,000. That's the goal, get the 100,000 subscribers. And I think I could do this with you folks helping me along the way. And I would mention, and I'm trying to figure out what would make my channel better, because a lot of people return to my channel, watch my channel, and but they don't subscribe. They come back, but they don't subscribe. I'm trying to sort of figure out a way to bring people in here, keep people here. Got to figure that out. I got to close the gap, because I saw it in the last month. 15,000 people returned to the channel and only have under 5,000 subscribers. So I have to find a way to get those 10,000 people to subscribe. And I'll figure it out. But hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're in the first hour of this live stream. I'll be going until about 6 o'clock. Around 4 o'clock, I'll take a bathroom break and stretch my legs out. Probably walk down to the mailbox and get the mail. I should have gotten it earlier. I have to wait till this rain stops. It's really raining pretty good out there. But I'll be back, obviously after the Met game. Like I said, if there's a trade, I'll talk about that during the game. I'll do a video during the game now. I really don't like doing that, but I'll do it. For you, I'll do that for you folks. Because you people watching my videos are the best. You give me my time. That's right. Thank you, Anthony. I got a brilliant guy in here telling you what's what. Thank you, Anthony. Everyone needs to like and subscribe for the Hut pronto. Absolutely. I think that means quickly. Right now. Let's see here. Just going through a couple of things on Twitter. It's looking like at the. Let me see if I can share this on my my Twitter account on here. Let me find my Twitter account. Let me see if I can share this. My sharing is terrible on here, by the way. Now, please follow me on X. I'm on X at the Baseball Hut if you're not on there already. And if we follow each other on there and you send me a screen or a share of what's going on with the Mets, I will give you credit on a video. So I'm very good like that. I have no problem sharing things and talking about it. Here we go. There we go. There we go. Got it. There we go. I'm so smart, man. I'm getting the hang of this. This is from MLB Scoops. He's a bullshit artist. He's been saying that the Pirates are looking for an outfielder. They want Alex Verdugo. Why? So they're trying to pick up Verdugo. Interesting. Let's see. Oh, here's Spaz Licata. Let's see what this guy has to say, folks. I'm sure it's a brilliant take. Just think about this. He's comparing himself to Grimace. Let's see.
Alonso, I took the blame.
Let's see. Hold on a second. Now, please, of course, like this video and hit the subscribe button. Let's see what old Spaz has to say. Maybe we can make sense out of it as it's buffering. This is the monkey crap I got to deal with a lot of times. I don't know why it's like this for me. It's crazy.
I mean, come on, what is going on here? I wish I had that kind of power. I wish. They win, it's Grimace. They lose, it's Sal Licata. Come on, I get more blame than Billy Epler in 2022. You don't blame Buck Showalter.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about
in 2022. You don't blame Max Scherzer, you blame me.
That's right. We blame you for everything, Spaz. You're the one that declared the Mets were going to win the division 2 years ago, and they lost. And of course, you declared the other day that the NL wild card was over on Friday, and the Mets didn't score a run for 20 innings. Asshole. Yeah, it's freezing too much. Sorry, folks. This is not a very professional. This is not a very professional live stream. I apologize. This is why my subs don't get a lot of work. This is why my channel doesn't get watched. But yeah, I mean, WFAN, they their own punchline, quite frankly. They really are their own punchline all the time. And nobody's a bigger punchline and target. I mean, punchline like Sal Licata. Now let me see on my phone because it's a headache, to be honest with you. Let's see if we've got any updated stuff. Seeing that the Brewers are irritated that they did not pick up Eric Feed. They're a little irritated. And here's a quote from Spaz. The Mets don't come away with Tuesday's deadline without St.L, Skubal, or Flaherty. It would be a massive disappointment. I mean, enough with your nonsense. Enough. So, the Mets are playing the Twins tonight. The Twins are a playoff team. They're a very good team. They're 4.5 games behind the Guardians right now. but they have the first wild card spot, the fourth wild card spot. So they're 2.5 games behind the 2.5 games behind the Yankees. 1 game back in the loss column, which is the number you need to understand. So the Mets are going up against the Twins tonight. And obviously, they've played well the last few years. Let's see who's pitching tonight. Simeon Woods Richardson is pitching tonight against Jose Quintana. Okay. He's a former Met prospect that they moved in the Marcus Stroman deal for Anthony Kay a few years ago. He's bounced around a little bit since then. Quintana goes to the Mets tonight. He's pitched up and down, but he's been okay. Let me see Simeon Woods. I think he's had like just a few starts, Simeon Woods. He's had 17 starts. He's 3-1. So he's had a lot of no decisions. So he's probably not going long in games. His walk total is not very high, which is good for them anyway. But they don't walk a lot of batters, the Twins. Wow. They do not walk a lot of batters. Tomorrow, the Mets will send Sean Manaea against David Festa. And David Festa has pitched pretty good. And then on Wednesday, which is a day game, they will be sending out their ace Pablo Lopez, who pitched really well last year. But the Mets have beaten up on him in the past. They didn't beat him last year when they were in Minnesota. And the Mets are sending out Luis Severino. Mets starters have been pretty good. They've gotten length out of them. They've gotten quality innings out of them. I'm not too concerned with the way they've pitched, lately. But I would prefer to get more depth out of the back end of this rotation, obviously. You can't, again, without Christian Scott here, although Christian Scott, he started out pretty good. His first 2 starts were pretty good, but then you started seeing him walking batters, giving up home runs, and that's kind of where we've sort of settled in with him prior to his injury. And you sort of see the same kind of quality innings that you see from Peterson and McGill, which is no quality innings. A Prodigy says the Senga injury has derailed this team, right? Because they were right there to really take off with the pitching staff, and his injury just killed this team. But now they're having to scramble to find another starter, and every team knows that has a starter knows the Mets are looking for a starter, and they're going to hold up the Mets to get, say, Jet Williams or even Ryan Clifford. Ryan Clifford they can't move because they don't have any outfield help. And they might be in need of a first baseman next year. So they need him in the minor leagues to still develop him. And he needs a lot more development along the lines. He needs to be able to sort of develop his strike zone awareness because he strikes out a hell of a lot. And the Mets have to sort of figure out where he is as a player. He's not quite there yet as a player. Excuse me. But yeah, the Senga injury absolutely just hurt this team, and just not in a good way, obviously. But that's what the Mets are up against. They're going up against a fairly good team in the Twins. Yeah, so the big trade today was this 3-team trade between the White Sox, the Dodgers, and the Cardinals. The players of note that went to the Cardinals was Diekman and Tommy Pham and Michael Kopech, and Tommy Edman went to the Dodgers, and the White Sox got a boatload of prospects. The White Sox are a disaster. I don't know how many more games they're going to lose. They're going to get awfully close to the 62 Mets. They might lose 120 games and just squeak out a 42-win season. Right, and Jake Diekman, the big news today with the Mets is Jake Diekman sent off to the Phantom Zone. Stanley Babbitt says, what prospects would you be willing to trade? Anybody, Ryan Clifford, Nolan McClain I could be talked into, but I won't move him. And obviously Brandon Sproat. Everybody else I could be talked into dealing. Specifically for a guy like Tarik Skubal. Blake Snell, you wouldn't have to give up nearly as much because you're taking a lot of money in, and you're going to be penalized with the competitive balancing tax. that the Mets would have to take in. And I don't know where the Giants look at their team right now. They won a lot of games this weekend. They swept. I guess they played the Rockies. They swept the Rockies, so they're now only 2 games back in the 2 games in the 500 and 3.5 games behind the Mets for the third wild card spot. So they're right there. So they might not be in such a rush to move anybody, specifically to help the team that they're chasing. That would not look well. That would not look good. So I don't know where the Giants are. And Jack Flaherty is going to get traded. He was supposed to start tonight, and he got scratched. So I don't know where he's going. And it doesn't seem, according to little Andy Martino, he's not getting moved to the Mets. So he's not going to the Mets. So that's where we are. Just the 86 says, any prospect for Skubal? Others, it depends. Reginald Rivers, a new person here, I think. Hi, Howard. Trading for pitcher Jack Flaherty makes sense. He's been scratched off to pitch tonight. Well, like I said, according to little Andy, and we call him little Andy because not little like Little, it's little, Lil. He's like a very sad little cartoon character. And he said that Jack Flaherty is not getting traded to the Mets. He asked, he's not getting moved. And I saw that through my other account that he's not getting moved. So don't expect him coming to the Mets. Oh, they made it official. Oh, thank God the Yankees made this move official. Giancarlo Stanton's back from the injured list. Oh, wait till he goes back on it. And they designate Jamal Jones for assignment, the leader of hitter extraordinaire against New York Mets. He went like 8 for 8 against the Mets. No, he didn't. What am I talking about? Dripped it. What was that? Lights just flickered here. Lights just flickered here. I only have lights in this one room. Drifter86 says, do you like Quantrill? I would get him. Well, we'll see. I mean, there's a possibility he gets moved. He's on another team that's bad. Hold on a second. I need to turn out one of the lights in here. Never seen the lights flicker. Maybe it's from the thunder and lightning around here. Hold on a second. What a great setup I got here. Wonderful setup. Wonderful setup. There's some bad weather here today. Oh, that's really great, isn't it? Great lighting here. Cal Quantrill's not bad. He's pitched actually pretty good for the Rockies. But we'll see. Let me see. I don't have a team attached to him. I expect the Rockies to make some moves over the next couple of hours, over the next day or so. We're now less than 26 hours, less than 27 hours now from the trade deadline. And so far, we've had a big trade today. We had a big trade yesterday. Nothing. It's about Yul Darvish. Who can kill this. Another guy that kills the Mets. Hope we never see him pitch against the Mets again. Stony814 says, do you like Sean Mina, Hut? Who's Sean Mina? I don't know who Sean Mina is. Who does he pitch for? Let me take a look. Or Shomanaya. He's okay. Shomanaya's okay. He's been okay for the Mets. He's pitched okay. He's given them innings. His starts have been fairly good. He has a winning record. He's been productive. He's been competitive. He's been okay. He's pitched much better than he has in the last few years. He's been okay. I'd hold on to him. I wouldn't trade him. I would not trade Shomanaya. Shomanaya should stay. Just finish out the season. And he has a contract for Hold on a second. I don't know why the lights are flickering here. But I turn this off. Hope it's not too dark in here for you folks. And I just take that off. See how dark it is in here now? Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But that's the other thing off. But I don't like the lights are flickering in the house. It's the first time this has happened. And this is not like in the old house. The old house, you know. But must be something going on in the area. And it's still thunder light. It's still thunder and lightning in the background. It's probably from that. But yeah, so the Mets had gotten a very good starting group of guys here, and we should be very happy with it. It might be ghosts. You never know. There might be some ghosts in here. I know there was some crazy people that were living here before this, but I don't think they passed away before they left. I've been here 3 months. I don't think I've seen the lights flicker like this here. So, a little nerve-wracking, especially in the middle of doing a live stream. We'll see how it goes. It's probably from the storm that's in the area, I would think. But we have power here. I just turned everything out, though. I just turned all the lights out. I don't need any power to do the bell. That's for sure. Yeah, so the Mets play tonight. They play the Twins. They go up against, I guess, a right-hander. So we'll probably see Winker in the lineup tonight. He is a right-hander. That's right. Simeon Woods is a right-hander. So Winker will play tonight, I would think, his first start with the Mets. They mentioned a lot that he had played a lot against P. Alonso and Lindor and like grammar school, elementary school, and on these traveling teams. So he knows the players on the team. I think it's a little overboard saying that he is the perfect fit for this club. Would not go that far, to be honest with you. I would not go that far when it comes to dealing with that stuff. So, I mean, like I said, I'm not too keen on him because he's not an everyday player. And if there were to be an injury or we have a slump with Brandon Nimmo, you can't play him every day to sort of, not have to worry about losing production. He's a platoon player. You can't play him against lefties. There was also a trade before between the Pirates. And who's the other team? The Pirates and Red Sox. The Red Sox got Quinn Priester, and the Pirates got Nick York. If you want to know. Now, in the meanwhile, please, of course, like this video and subscribe. I had turned some of the lights out here because got a little bit of a storm here. The sun's out, but there's a storm here, and the lights started flickering just all of a sudden. And I'm from Queens, and we get a little nervous when stuff like that happens. So I just want to make sure everything's okay here. It's the only room that has any real electricity on. And but at 4 o'clock, I'm gonna take a bit of a break, just so you know, and then we'll finish up the next 2 hours after that, discussing the Mets. I'll have the lineup up when the Mets posted. They haven't posted the lineup yet. For whatever reason, it's still early now, so maybe in the next half hour. Well, they should have posted it by now. Maybe by 4 o'clock they'll post it. I'm trying to think when they normally post it. It's usually 3 hours before the game. It's only 3 o'clock, I guess. So it might be a little bit too early right now. I'm just going through a couple of things here. Nothing new right now. Now, of course, if there's a trade during the Met game later, I will come on and do a video for you. There won't be any live streams. I don't want to take away from the game, but I'll have a video, and I'm sure I'll come up with some shorts for the other channel, for the Baseball Hut 2, talking about who's been traded, what's rumored and whatnot. I did a video there earlier, going through the list of players that have been moved, and it's been updated since we've been doing this live stream. So I'll have to do another video for that, which I was going to do anyway, But that'll be fun, and we'll see where that goes. But over the next couple of days, leading up to the deadline, we're going to have a lot of fun here, and hopefully you'll stay with me. Right now, I'm a little bit off right now because I'm worried about the electricity in the house. I don't know what happened here. Hope it's just a area storm. So we'll see. Now I'll turn the lights back on. Maybe I'll turn the EC on. It's getting a little warm in here now. It's not hot today, but it's very, very muggy today. But we'll see what happens. Now, where are we at as a club? The Mets are, 5 games over 500. They have the last wild card spot in the National League. They have to get outs in the bullpen. We're about a third of the season, 2/3 of the season in. I guess after this week, after this homestand, that means we have 54 games left. The Mets have a very difficult road trip coming up. It starts in Anaheim, then it goes to St. Louis, then it goes to Seattle, I believe. And then it goes to, let me just double check. I might have gotten that wrong. Let me see the schedule. The schedule's always a big thing with me. Let's see. All right, this is the Mets schedule for the road trip. They played 3 games in Los Angeles against the Angels. That shouldn't be that difficult, but you never know. Mets usually historically play well in Anaheim. Then they go to St. Louis. They have to do a makeup game that they had rain out with the Cardinals early in the season. Then they go to Colorado in the middle of the week, which, Colorado could be hellish for the Mets and the pitching staff. And then they play a 3-game series in Seattle. So that's a 10-game road trip. Wow. Insane road trip. Then the Mets come home. They play the woeful A's. Then they play the Marlins, which is not going to be easy. The Marlins have been a pain in the ass all year. And then they play the best team in the American League on that next homestand, and they play the Orioles. And that's not going to be easy because they're going to be fortified. I would think that they'll make another trade for a starter. And then after that, the Mets go back on the road with just as big a road trip. They play against the Padres, who they are going back and forth in the wild card. Arizona, that's chasing the Mets in the wild card, and the woeful White Sox. Now, the Mets have not played historically well in Chicago and Comiskey Park, or whatever the hell they're calling it nowadays. Then they come home, folks, and they play Boston. So they have a tough schedule in the month of August and beginning of September. Then they play the Reds. Then they go up to Canada and play the Blue Jays. Then the Mets go to Philadelphia for a weekend series. We'll see what the Mets are at that point. I will be at that game in all likelihood on Friday the 13th. It's probably not a lucky day to go out. But I'm going to get a rental car. I'm going to drive down there. I know somebody. We're going to watch the game together, and he's going to get tickets, and we're going to watch the game. And then he's a subscriber too. And then the Mets come home. They play the Nationals, and then they play a 4-game series against the Phillies again to finish up the final homestand of the season. And then the Mets play the Braves for 2 games in Atlanta, and then 3 games in Milwaukee. So the Mets have a very difficult schedule, and they're on the road a lot. The last 2 months. It's a long road trip. They only play 9 games at home in August. Wow. $20 games on the road in the month of August. Wow. Is that crazy or what? That is a crazy, crazy schedule the Mets have. Mets always get hammered with the schedule in some way, no matter what it is. Mets always get hammered every year, every single year. At least they got through the beginning of the schedule this year, having a good month of June. Okay, here's the Mets lineup. Here's the Mets line for tonight. Leading off, we got Francisco Lindor, playing shortstop. Then we have Brandon Nimmo back in the lineup. He's batting second, and he's playing left field. In the DH spot, we have JD Martinez batting third, and batting cleanup at first base, Pete Alonso. And his first game as a Met, playing right field, surprisingly, Jesse Winker. I did not think that he'd be playing right field. Interesting. I didn't think Brandon Nimmo would be playing left field. Right field. He hasn't played right field all year. Mark Vientos is bat sixth in this lineup, playing third base. Jeff McNeil batting seventh, which is probably where he should be batting. He should be batting fifth. I'm playing second base. Behind the plate is Luis Torrens. He's batting eighth behind the plate. And batting ninth and playing center field is Harrison Bader. He's back in the lineup from his ankle injury. And then, of course, we have Jose Quintana on the mound. I guess going for his fifth win, I think. So the Mets have their lineup. The big note is that Jesse Winker will be making his Mets debut as an everyday player. He had an at-bat last night, struck out late in the game. But that's the Mets lineup for tonight. Interesting, they put the Winker there, batting fifth. That means if they bring a lefty in this game later in the game, they'll have to go to Tyrone Taylor. And do you want Tyrone Taylor batting fifth in this lineup, batting late in the game? I don't think so. I don't. That makes me very, very nervous, quite frankly. Makes me very nervous. But that's the lineup for tonight. Again, the lineup is Lindor, Nimmo, Martinez, Alonso, Winker, Vientos, McNeil, Torrens, and Bader. So that's the Mets lineup. And that's the Mets lineup for tonight, with Jose Quintana on the mound for the Mets. Interesting. And obviously the big trade today was between the Cardinals, Dodgers, and the White Sox. It's interesting he's playing right field because they said that he's very limited defensively. So I'm surprised Winker's batting. He's batting. Is playing right field. I didn't think he'd be playing right field. I thought he would be playing in left field. But I guess they don't want to mess around with Brandon Nimmo, which I'm not surprised about. I mean, he can't play. He can't play right field if he hasn't played all year. That doesn't make any sense to have him batting, playing right field, and he hasn't played there all year. But that's what Winker is, and that's the one thing that Winker cannot do. He's not a good defensive player. Let me see any updates. So far we had the big trade today. We had a big trade yesterday. The big trade yesterday was Isaac Parise got traded from the Rays to the Cubs for Christopher Morel, the Cap Man. And that was a pretty big trade. That's a trade for now and in the future. Morel will play well for the Rays because there's no pressure down there, and they will get the most out of him. And Paredes is a good player. He'll play well for the Cubs. Interesting to see if the Cubs do any more work, and to see if their buyers or sellers. They're kind of like where the Mets were about a month ago. So they obviously we're so close to the end of the deadline now. Interesting to see where they look at themselves moving forward, but especially to finish this season. I mean, the Cubs have just been a disaster of a team. Hearing a rumor now that the Yankees are looking to finalize a deal for two pitchers from the Cubs, two relievers. Now we'll see. We'll see. But so anyway, how's everybody doing? Didn't ask anybody how's everybody doing. Having a good day here. Hopefully now it stopped raining. So in a few minutes I'm going to take a break. I'm going to stretch my legs out. I'm going to run down, get the mail, and use the bathroom. But we'll have a few more hours together. Hopefully we'll get some more trades. We had a trade early on, this three-way trade when the show began. I can go run down some trades that happened that took place. Obviously, Austin Hayes got traded to the Phillies. Tommy Pham got traded to the Cardinals. Eric Feet got traded to the Cardinals. Chaz Chisholm got traded to the Yankees the other day. James Paxton got traded to the Red Sox. Carlos Estevez to the Phillies. Randy Rosarena to the to the Mariners. Zach Eflin to the Orioles. Danny Jansen to the Red Sox. Yimi Garcia to the Mariners. Harvey Hunter to the Royals. Michael Kopech to the Dodgers. Jesse Winker to the Mets. Jason Adams to the Padres. Isaac Paredes to the Cubs. Christopher Morel to the Rays. A.J. Puck to the Diamondbacks. And this morning, Michael Lorenzen to the Royals. So we've had quite a few trades. Other than the Blockbuster today, which is a three-way deal, and yesterday's been fairly quiet. But there are big players on the market here. Tarik Skubal, Blake Snell, Luis Robert Jr. It'd be interesting to see if he gets moved and what they're asking for. Garrett Crochet could be moved still. Let me see, do my list. Tanner Scott's going to get moved, definitely. We'll see if Cody Bellinger gets moved. I don't think so. Jack Flaherty was scratched from his start, so he's going to get moved. It seems like Taylor Ward has been told that he's not going to be playing with the Angels after the deadline. Who else? Jameson Tyone. We'll keep an eye on him. I know the Mets are interested in him, but he has another year on his contract. He might not get moved. The Cubs might look at him as a player that could play for them next year. A pitcher that could pitch for them next year, we'll see. But we'll see. Let me see if we got an update on anything. Yeah, so I'm going to keep going until we get to 6 o'clock. And then we'll talk about the Mets when we come back. Hopefully we'll have a win tonight. Mets need a win tonight. I mean, they have to win tonight. We don't want to see a 3-game losing streak with one of the better pitchers on the mound. He's a quality pitcher. He's a professional pitcher. We cannot have him lose a game tonight. So the Mets have to get the game tonight. Hopefully the Mets will get it. They should get it. I don't see why not. But it's against a tough team. You know, the Twins are a very good team. They have, they put up real quality pitchers on the mound, and we'll have to sort of keep our fingers crossed that the Mets are able to do a good job. A rumor here: Mark Leiter Jr. and Javier Assad are rumored to be going to the Yankees for George Lombard Jr. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. That's a rumor. I can't give you the account. It's MLB Scoops. He's a bullshit artist. So we'll see. That is not a rumor substantiated by myself. This is from the Michael K. Show, and I actually followed him on Twitter. It seems that the Yankees might look into trying to get Pete Fairbanks. He's with the Rays. The Rays have been very active. I see the Rays continuing to be active to the deadline. If the Rays come a calling, you better watch your wallet. Because they don't get screwed on too many things. They get rid of players before they're bad. So that's a team that's going to continue to be busy. I expect the Mariners to be busy because they've not improved their offense. So I expect them to make some moves between now and the deadline. The teams that'll be interesting to watch is the Cubs, the Giants, because they're on the bubble in particular, and they can go either way, especially the Giants. Because the other day it looked like the Giants were going to sell, and then they sort of pivoted. But then there's word that they could trade Blake Snell, that there was a 50-50 chance that he'll get traded. So I don't know where we are right now with these particular players and these particular teams. But we'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully we'll have another deal. We'll have another trade for you as the day goes on. I would mention, again, this channel has almost 5,000 subscribers. And it's because of you folks watching all these years that I'm getting close to that number. And I would mention that if you're on any social media platform, please share the channel's link. I'll let people know that this is a Mets channel, but it's also a baseball channel. It's called the Baseball Hut. It's not called the Mets Hut for a purpose. I would thank a certain YouTuber that you may not be aware of. His name is Yellow Flash Comics. And he, many years ago, he suggested to me when I was doing the first comic cut that I should do a separate channel about baseball because I was doing baseball videos back in 2018. And he suggested you should do a baseball channel. And for 2 years, I didn't do anything. And then 2 summers ago, when we had the pandemic, I was like, you know what? I really want to do something. And I started this channel, and this channel has been going really well for 4 years, and it's been going really well for the last 3.5 years. And I thank him. I goof on him from time to time, but it's all in good fun, to be honest with you. I couldn't care less what he does or doesn't do. But he is somebody that I owe him a lot because it was his idea. It was his idea for me to do this channel, and I thank him. If he doesn't watch, I thank him. Anthony Brochel, who's a new member and a new subscriber, wrote this. Hut, I'm a new subscriber. I've been following you close to over a year, and I follow other podcasts as well. I love your show. It just took me a long time to finally get signed up, and I'm glad I did. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Believe me, this really, from the bottom of my heart, it means a lot to me because you helped me buy this house. People that watch my show helped me put a down payment on this place. And I'm hoping over the next few years, next 2-3 years, I'll get more subscribers in here. And hopefully I'll get more people and a lot of people haven't, subscribed. I'm going to try to figure out how to make it better to get more people to subscribe. And hopefully I can get more people to subscribe. I'm doing more content that's helping. I really like to see more people subscribe before they go. To watch a video, subscribe. It's very important to me to bring more people in here because I'd like to pay off the mortgage very quickly here. I don't want to be dealing with this forever. And it's like a forever kind of like mortgage. It's like, God. That mortgage will live past me probably. But I don't want that to happen. I want to be able to pay this mortgage off very quickly. I also like to get a new car, by the way. But really the house was the most important thing. I mean, I set out many years ago to buy a house. That was the whole purpose of what I was doing on YouTube. And the comic cut just wasn't cutting it. It doesn't make enough money. Unless you go crazy with it, which I was for a while. And even then I wasn't making any money. But now I'm making more money than I did on the other side. But, I'd like to be able to bring in more subscribers, get more people to subscribe and become members. That's always a good thing. And the membership is a flat rate. It's not like I'm asking tiers. No tiers here. I don't want to do that. Some John Heyman. The Giants are suggesting for now they are willing to pay down Blake Snell's deal, which includes a $30 million 2025 player option. Snell is in good form. 347 OPS against his last 4 starts. But if they maintain this stance, that will limit the field. Well, that's a problem. That is a problem. Blake Snell, most teams aren't going to pick up that money. Now, the New York Mets should think long and hard before they put their money down on him. Because if they sign him, if they trade for him, you don't want to trade too much for him, especially with all this money that he has on his contract. They will be hit with a double tax for this year. Next year is different. I don't know what the Mets luxury tax will be for next year. That's a different story. But a lot of money's coming off the payroll this year. Next year's a different story. But the Mets with the pick come up. He's maybe talking about $10 million for the rest of the season for him. Maybe $12 to $10 million. You double that. That's about $24 million. You're talking about that the Mets will have to pay. Some guy told me that the Mets were going to have to pay him $99 million. Why? This is from 4C Mikey. I've honestly been watching all season. I'm just terrible at hitting the subscribe button. I get sidetracked, but yeah, bro, keep it up. I hit the button today. Well, thank you. Yeesh. What took you so long, man? Just hit the subscribe button. What are you waiting for? Because I would mention this, you don't know this, that YouTube, when you have a lot of subscribers on your channel, if you do even a modest video, you get more money because the potential is there. You know, the potential is there to make more money. So that's why when you have a larger subscriber count, even if a lot of people don't watch, depending on the subject, you'll make a lot of money very quickly. I make most of my money off of these these regular videos that I do. Anthony says, just keep up the good work, man. Well, thank you. Yamid Medina, what about Brian Quantrill from Colorado? Well, that's not going to take much to get him. I mean, the Rockies are a disaster. You know, they don't know what the hell they're doing. It's not going to take much. I wouldn't think. In all honesty, you know. What it would take, I don't know. You know, I mean, it's not going to take much. He's a journeyman starter. He was with the Guardians for a while. Didn't they like DFA him? You know, and the Rockies picked him up. Stony14 says, I think I've been a subscriber for a year and a half or 2 years. Yeah, you've been here with me for a while, Stony. You've been here for quite a long time now. And I thank you. One of the nicest subscribers I got, if not the nicest. I'm not just saying that. You know. Very nice guy. And I don't normally compliment people, but thank you. And I appreciate when people write to me. I appreciate when you say nice things to me in the chat. I love that, you know. But no, I do acknowledge the chat. If there were more people in here, I'd still acknowledge people. Even if I had like 4 or 5 times the amount I have in here now, and you wrote to me, I'd still acknowledge it when you have to. I know some channels don't do that. Some channels don't talk to the chat. I talk to you, folks. I'm not here to sort of dictate. I'm not, I'm not a broadcaster. I don't pretend to be one, and I don't want to be one. Sean Zarnecki, what up there, Sean? Talk about one of the old timers, one of the old, one of the old subscribers. Sean Zarnecki, how you doing, man? Hit the bell, and if you're a new subscriber, you get the bell. If you're an old subscriber, you get a bell. He's one of the first subscribers, I think. He's been here since the beginning. Sean Lennon says, people like dogs. Get a dog, your subs will pop. I had a dog. I had a dog there, Sean Lennon. I did have a dog. I should, right? People like dogs. Get a dog, your subs. I mean, really. I need some dancing girls. That's what I need. If I had some dancing girls here on the side, that's what I need. I need some dancing girls to dance when you guys send me super chats. That's the best incentive. You know. And if you notice, there aren't any, like, I think there might be 1 or 2, but that's part of that sort of that gambling racket of the Locked On series. I know the Yankees have a lady YouTuber who's just as boring as the guy YouTubers. But there's very few females in this genre, which is too bad. Sean says, I watch all your videos, Hud. Good to see you, Stoney. Well, yeah, it's good to see everybody here. Stanley says, thank you for your Mets coverage. I do the best I can, you know. And you're going to have more. I'm sort of debating whether to put all the prospect stuff on here, too. I'll move forward. Oh, boy. This is something interesting. One of these fake accounts is saying that the Tigers and the Dodgers are discussing a trade between The Dodgers and the Tigers are discussing a trade for Jack Flaherty. Now, Flaherty was scratched from his start today, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see what happens there. There's a lot of rumors going around, so who knows if that's true. It's probably not true. But the Dodgers are going to be busy. I expect them to make another move for a starter. I think they've been in the market for a starter. Drifter86 says, most of the gals go on rants about irrelevant subjects that piss off half the audience. Oh, I don't watch it. I mean, I got to be honest. I don't watch any other live streams really too much. Once in a while, I watch Hum Baby Baseball. Once in a while, I watch Ball Cap Sports. But very rarely do I watch anything else. I certainly don't watch any of my competitors. I couldn't care less what they do. I don't really care what they do, to be honest with you. I do my own thing. We all talk about the same stuff, so I don't really need them. So, I don't really watch too many different people. So I certainly wouldn't watch any women talking about baseball, Stony 14, it's good to see everyone I know in here, including the... Well, thank you, Stony. Thank you. Since this is the baseball hut, it's good to see me too, on here. Yeah, you never see me in any of these other live streams. I mean, you guys are all in the other streams. I know you are. And you guys all know that I never comment. I never watch. It's really not that important to me. I do my own thing here. And you could do your own thing when it comes to the baseball side. You don't have to collaborate. You really don't. James McKeown, another guy who's been here before. Yes, you got it right. The baseball hut rules. I would mention that I've been doing this a lot longer than any of these other clowns. I mean, these other YouTubers. I have been. Like I said this, I've been doing videos on the Mets since 2018. I've been doing videos since 2020 with this channel. So I've been around a long time now, longer than any of the YouTubers, more than Robbie Hyde, more than really anybody. He's a friendly guy. Another guy that blows you off. I could say something snippy about him because I don't share my audience with him. He's another guy that blows you off, especially when you're trying to be nice to him. Let's go and see what Fangraphs thinks about this player and that player. I will point something out. I don't need to go on these other sites to tell you about what the Mets are as players. I don't need somebody to tell me what the value of players are. Because I see most of the players the Mets have. So you ask me what do I think about certain players that have played for the Mets this year, I can give you a pretty honest answer. I don't need to, I really can't tell you what, if I haven't seen a player, I can't tell you what I think about. But if I've seen a player, I can tell you what I think about him, and I don't hold back. So I'm not going to bullshit my way about a player and say he's so good and stuff. Drift86 says, I like a couple of other Mets streams. The only one I don't care for. I don't like. He says, well, who is it? You can tell us. I don't care. I'll make fun of them. I'll make fun of them, Drifter. You tell the chat who you don't like. You tell the chat. Scratch my head. Here's from Joe DeMayo. He wrote this on X. If taking on the contract leads to a reduced return, Blake Snell makes a ton of sense for the Mets. Absolutely. If they hadn't made this trade for Winker, I would be like, all right, let me take back Michael Conforto. But Blake Snell makes a lot of sense now for the Mets. And he's got an option on his contract for next year, a player option. It's not even a team option. If he pitches well, he'll opt out. That goes without saying. Hold on, I need a drink. Look. Yeah, I mean, it makes too much sense right now to not want to pick up Blake Snell. Drift 80 says your favorite, Frank Fleming. You mean The grifter, Frank Fleming. The grifter, Frank Fleming, who blocked your host, who blocked me. That son of a bitch blocked me. Did you know that? That guy blocked me. Me, Jerry, me. He blocked your host. Because I had the audacity to say that he was never going to pitch at Citi Field. And I had the audacity to tell him that the Mets fans hate him, which is true. We hate this guy. That goes without saying. What's going on here? I lost my chat. Oh, okay, got it back. I don't know what happened there. I screwed up here. But James McKeon says, what will happen to Brett the Met? Trade today? I don't know what they're going to do with him. I don't know what they're going to do with him, to be honest with you. I would move him, to be honest with you. John Denton, I guess, is an account with the Cardinals. Says St. Louis Cardinals outfielder Dylan Carlson is drawing interest from the Guardians, Angels, and Nats. According to a source, the Cardinals still need to clear a roster spot after trading for right-handed pitcher Eric Fedde and outfielder DH Tommy Pham. Carlson wanted to stay in St. Louis and wanted to play 1 or 2. Outfielder Dylan, I don't care what he has to say. Lucas Urseg is drawing significant interest. Hello, Garden State Gardener, another long-time subscriber. Hi, Baseball Hut. Love your shows and videos. Well, thank you. You won't get this kind of nonsense anywhere else. I'm here to, I'm going to say it. I'm here to entertain, be funny. I'm not here to inform. You guys know what the deal is. I don't have to tell you much. I mean, really, this is all about me having a good time, and hopefully you're having a good time. If you want a serious broadcast, you want somebody, the same garbage in, garbage out by people that are boring, then there's no reason to be here, I mean, if you want to know what the Baseball Savant thinks about a play, go read it yourself. You don't need to watch someone in the live stream talking about Baseball Savant, or Fangraphs, them coming up with a trade. You want the creator to come up with a trade. I've not come up with a trade in a while because I don't do the clickbait anymore. So, and the Mets are in a different spot right now than they was say 4 years ago. But if you want to, I got my hand against the wall, by the way. You don't see this anywhere else. I mean, you won't see this on Wardy's channel. You won't see this on Rob's channel or that gambling supporter, Ryan Finkelstein. You won't see this on those channels. You won't see somebody just sort of sitting here with his arm on it. I mean, really. I mean, you won't see that anywhere else. So, I want everybody to have a good time here. I want them to have fun. And we're going to do more things here. Tomorrow we'll be outside. Thank God I didn't do this outside before. It was starting raining with thunder and lightning. I had to turn the lights out because everything was flickering here. But I'll be back again tomorrow during the day. In the morning, I'll be outside in the morning. I really wanted to do a live stream in the morning this morning. And I didn't realize it was supposed to rain here. And it was raining pretty good. And I was going to be outside for about an hour, hour and a half, which is what I did anyway here inside. And unfortunately, there was rain. And I did it inside. It worked out pretty good. We had a good time. And then now we're back here talking about the Mets. And I'm going to be back later tonight after the game. That's the thing. James McKean says, that's right. Your fun take on baseball is truly light. Well, I want to have fun here. And I'm not going to, first of all, I'm not a phony. All right. I'm not a phony. I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. Okay. I do this sort of beginning stuff where I do this big intro, but I'm far from those things. It's just I think it's funny. And I'll tell you something interesting. I went to a barbecue with my family. One of my family members had a barbecue on the 4th of July. And all they wanted to talk about was my show. All they wanted to talk about was the show. And all they wanted to talk about is my intro. And that's the thing people remember me is that intro. I just sort of came up with that on the other channel. And I'm just trying to, I want this channel to be different. I always wanted it to be different. I wanted to stand out. See, YouTube, they don't want you to stand out. They want you to be basically the same. But I'm not the same. And I have a very difficult time trying to conform to other people. It's kind of not my nature. It's not the nature of this beast. Drift86 says this, Ryan, you learn stuff, and Rob are okay. Woody is a bit of a character on stream. I agree with that last part. He is a character. I don't know how real it is. Drift86 says, Rob seems like a lunch pail guy. That's good. Stephen Pierre. Stephen Pierre. We need either Flaherty or Skubal. Let's go Mets. Stephen Pierre is a new name in here. Welcome, Stephen. Let's ring the bell. I hope you're a subscriber, Stephen. Hope you're a subscriber. Because new subscribers get the bell. If you send a super chat, you get the bell. If we have a trade, you get the bell. You get the bell. Welcome. Whoop. What the hell did they just do? Just wanted to check something. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Steven. Let me see if I can fix this. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. I messed up something. Sorry, Steven. I think I sent them off to the Phantom Zone. Didn't mean to do that. Welcome, Steven. I apologize. He's a Marlins fan. I'm sorry. I didn't know there were Marlins fans out there, Steven. Hope I got you back. I didn't mean to press that button there. Well, that's not good. I think I sent him off to the Phantom Zone by mistake. Uh-oh. From Stony814, Hut. No, Pud, not the same. You give him the news. You do the videos on it and mention your name. No, the Mets YouTuber. Yeah, I'll do that. If you send me something, folks, I will credit you. Garden State Garden says, your passion for the Mets with the good, bad, and ugly during the season makes it fun. And when we win, we will all mentally... when we win, we all win mentally and physically. Absolutely right. I think I sent that poor guy off. I didn't mean to. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do that, Steve. If you're still out there, I apologize. And my enthusiasm, I think I sent them off to the Phantom. I don't think I blocked them. I think I just blocked that comment. I didn't mean to. Oh, boy. My bad. But Steven is a Marlins fan from the picture I saw of him. Stanley says, how about having Gary, Ron, or Keith on the that would be great. I don't know them. I don't know how they would react to me. I don't know how any of these people would react to me, to be honest with you. I'm a bit different than them. Very different. Joey Nardella, another guy that's always on, is always leaving great comments. That's right. You tell them you want to hear a good rant once in a while. Then you subscribe your ass right here. You do a great job at all hours of the day and night. You're putting out information. Mostly it's entertainment. Not so much information. I mean, all this information you get anywhere else. I mean, all this information you get anywhere else, So that's why I kind of look at it. I feel bad for that guy, Steven. I didn't mean to send him off. I don't think I blocked him. I think I just sent that comment off to the Phantom Zone. Oh, boy. D says, still no Mets news. No, because it's still early, man. We still have the deadline. The deadline is in 26 hours and 4 minutes. So we're getting to the end of the deadline. At the end of the show. The show's going to go on for a few more hours. Here's the Yankees line. If you want to laugh your asses off, this is a new one. Alex Verdugo leading off playing left field. Juan Soto playing right field at second. Aaron Judge playing center field. Catcher Austin Wells has got an OPS under 700 batting fourth. Giancarlo Stanton batting fifth. He should be batting cleanup. Chaz Chisholm Jr. playing third base. He's playing third. Has he ever played third? Gleyber Torres, the Immortals, playing second. Ben Rice at first. Anthony Volpe at shortstop. And Luis Hill is the starter. But Chaz Chisholm playing third base? Oofa. That is not good. This is from SNY. Yankees videos. Chaz Chisholm Jr. is playing third base for the first time in his career tonight. The Yankees know what the hell they're doing these days? Holy shit. D says, thoughts on Andy Martino. Little Andy. Little Andy. Do-do-do. I've kind of thought, I've had this sort of interesting thought. I thought about having like a puppet show. I know of a guy that uses puppets in his streams. And I thought about hiring this puppeteer. And I thought about creating a whole puppet show of all the people at WFAN, like Spaz Licata and the Coconut, Brandon Tierney, and of course the Nut Job in the Morning with Boomer, Norman and Gregory. I thought about creating like a puppet show. And little Andy would be a puppet on the show. I thought about that. That would be great. And then when I want to take a break, I just play the puppet show and you guys laugh. And you can see how they always complain about the Mets being bad. The Mets better do this or we're going to do something terrible. How many times have we seen the people in the morning make all kinds of threatening remarks about the Mets ownership and the Mets managership for all these years? Many, many years. So I thought that would be great for parody and would be very different here for you folks. But that's why you must subscribe and hit the like button. Send me super chats. That way I can afford it, along with helping out with the house. That's why it's so important that you watch the videos. That's why you need to sort of watch the videos and hit and send super dangs and super chats, and that is a great way. And YouTube will promote it, and it'll be a great way to have fun. And it will make this show, specifically the live show, very funny. And I could do these videos. Okay, I mean, really, they're all bald headed, and you'd have Tiki Barber in there too. I'd have Tiki. They'd get pissed at Tiki. They wouldn't like the Tiki puppet. They could do a puppet of me. I don't care. Do with me as a godfather. Stony 814 says Hud makes a great God. I'll get it right. Does a great Godfather impression. I do. It's pretty good. Let me tell you something, Stony. I think you've lost your mind making all that comedy with that girl. Never tell anyone outside the family what you're thinking ever again. I mean, it would be great. You could have the puppet doing I'd have me dressed up as the Godfather as a puppet. I mean, that would be great with the tuxedo and the mustache and the slick back hair. With a label that says on the tuxedo, the Hudfather or something like that. That would be great. But these are the kind of things that I'd love to do for people here. If I really want to make fun of like WFN, that would be a great way to make fun of them. And then I can get like a puppet of Mike Francesa and Mad Dog. I could do stuff from the past where they went after the Mets. It would all be about them going after the Mets all the time. Because that's all they would do. I mean, I think it would be fantastic. John Pastore is right. My impression is great, but that idea would be great. BMW 05 says, Martino, little Andy hates the Mets and doesn't hide it. I don't know about that. He's just a jerk. I think he hates everybody. But that's why it's so important for people to watch the videos. There's a Blue Jays thing. This is from Bob Nightingale. Toronto Blue Jays infielder Justin Turner just pulled from a game versus the Orioles. Be interesting to see if he gets moved. He might get traded. I don't know where he would go. From Joey Nardello. Had the Mad Dog puppet do the ad. I mean, that would be pretty funny, right? That would be great. And then have Francesa, and all they do is sort of sit there and complain about the Mets. Stony 814 says, "Do you see Brett Beatty getting traded?" Hut? No, I don't actually. I don't see that right now. I am not a big fan of his. I think I've made that very well. No, I would move him, but I don't think the Mets are going to move him. I don't think they're going to move him anytime soon, to be honest with you. I think if they move him, it'll be after the season. If they move him. And Mark Fine says the Mariners are, oh boy. Get this, folks. We got to trade, not with the Mets. The Mariners are acquiring Justin Turner from the Blue Jays. Wow. So a guy, that new Marlon Bird, and you could take that any way you want to take it, was good friends of Marlon Bird, just got pulled out of the Reds. That's interesting because the Red Sox are in it. It'll be interesting to see what they acquire. And he's not had a great year for him. He's played in 89 games. He's hitting .254. His OPS is 106. His OPS plus, is 720. His OPS plus is 106. He's been an slightly above average player. He's got 6 home runs. That is way down from what he normally gets. But that's a guy. If you want to know a guy that's suspicious in terms of his turning his career around, that's a guy with red flags scream about a guy that was a little too young for the 90s. And we'll leave it at that. This is a guy, let me tell you something about Justin Turner. I know I did a lot of videos on the Mets trying to get him the last couple of years. But Justin Turner was the last man on your bench. This was a guy that was always hurt with the Mets. And then the Mets finally got rid of him. They non-tendered him a contract, which was the right thing for them to do for the club. The last year with the Mets, he hit .280 with the Mets with a .319 on base percentage, a .704 OPS. His OPS plus was 97. He was a terrible player for the Mets. Okay? And then, magically, at 29, 30 years old, the guy becomes a star. How does that happen for an everyday player? To where he's hitting .340 the following year and becomes basically a star. How does that happen with a player? And I don't want to hear that he was a Met. That doesn't make any sense. This was a guy that had been bouncing around major leagues for quite a few years up until he went to the Dodgers. The Mets were his third organization. He started out with the Reds. They drafted him. Then he went to the Orioles. He played for Buck Showalter, I believe. And they got rid of him. He was put on waivers, and the Mets picked him up in 2010. Then he got hurt as soon as they started playing him. Then in 2011 he played. And in 2012 he was hurt. In 2013 he was hurt. And then all of a sudden he goes to the Dodgers and he becomes this great hitter. How? I think we all know how. I'm not going to say it. But then the Mets announcers always bring up the fact, folks. They always bring up the fact that he was good friends with Marlon Bird. Keith, Gary, and Ron always mention that every time. So Justin Turner is now with the Mariners. I told you it doesn't take much to get to make a deal with the Mariners. I could probably make a trade with the Mariners right now. I should have his phone number. If I had a player to trade me, he would probably take it. Drift 86 says, honestly, I could care less about roids. These are adults. If they're willing to take that risk, they know the health consequences. That's not the issue, Drifter. The issue is that the Mets always get hammered when it comes to Justin Turner. When the reality is what Justin Turner was, if you watched him play with the Mets, he was a disaster. Okay? That's my issue with him in particular. Was that the Mets did the right thing, and that's a situation where I talk about all the time what WFN says about the Mets. When the Mets do something wrong, Mets never do anything right, and when they do it right, it's still wrong. Mets did the right thing by letting him walk and letting him be non-tendered, and nobody said anything at the time. And then when the Mets got burned by Turner, the first instinct, well, Mets are going to Mets. It's a Mets disaster. There you go. But no one asked why. Nobody's going to ask why he became this player the way he's become since he left the Mets. No one's asked that question other than myself. The Mets announcers they mention it without mentioning it. They always mention Marlon Byrd. And Marlon Byrd is a two-time loser in terms of being suspended because of PEDs. That's the only place I ever see him get criticized for an obvious thing. Jerry Pastore says, Jerry DePoto is going to call you for a trade. I mean, maybe. You might be right, John. You might be right. Now, I will mention, I have to take a break. I have to stretch my legs out. So I'll be back in a few minutes. So just hang tight. I have to take my garbage down to the curb. Okay. And I have to get the mail. I want to get another drink. Turn the lights back on. I think everything's cool now. Electricity's still on here, but I'm going to come back in a few minutes, so just hang tight. I don't have anything to play for you. I probably should have played Connor's Corner or something like that, but or something fun. But I'll be back in a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. Be right back. And yes, we're back here. Had to take a break. Had to stretch my legs out. And I don't like sitting for too long, because then your legs get stiff. So where was I? Yes, Justin Turner got traded a few minutes ago. Got traded to the Mariners for R.J. Schreck. Who the hell is R.J. Schreck? Let's see. Got traded for outfielder R.J. Schreck. And that's the deal. That's the story. Schreck is a 9th-round draft pick from last year, was recently promoted to Double-A Arkansas, and their 29th best prospect with the Mariners. Mariners got a very good farm system. They got a very good farm system. Now, I'm sorry I had to take a break. As you know, I'm not going to sit here for like 4 hours and not walk around a little bit. I don't want my ass falling asleep. And I certainly don't want to be uncomfortable. I don't want you folks being uncomfortable. I'm not going to be uncomfortable either. But yes, so Justin Turner, the former Met, got traded to the Mariners. The Mariners are still trying to be busy, I guess. And they're going to continue to do more things, I would think. A couple more moves. An interesting move, I would say, for the Mariners. But like I said, it is not a trade that Jerry Dipoto won't make, no matter what it is. And he's done a good job. They've been pretty good team the last few years. Gotten the postseason, come close to postseason, and we'll see where he goes. He was not on my list. Justin Turner wasn't on my list of players that were getting traded. So that's the new trade that just happened, and a player of note that got moved. So I guess I'll put his name down. Not that it mattered. There was no like rumors that he was going to get moved. But I guess the Red Sox had enough of him. I guess. The Red Sox look at themselves as a team that's in it. And I guess they kind of figured that he's a bit of dead weight at his age. But with the Mariners, they need to improve their offense. And their offense got a little bit better today because they've had some injuries. Oh, look at this. Evan Roberts is on with the Spud. Sean Marash. Oof. God, what a mess. Some caller called them last week. Oh, my goodness. You'd have the Spud on as a puppet. I mentioned this before about the puppets. If I get more subscribers in here and I get more views here, I will do puppet shows for you folks. I'll be able to hire this puppeteer, and I'll do puppets on all the personalities at WFAN. All of them. Spud Marash, which is Sean Marash. The Psycho Killer. That's Chris McMonagle, who looks like a serial killer. Guy never takes a good picture. My God. Evan Roberts, you see him every other picture with him with a beard, no beard. Now he doesn't have a beard. He shaved it off. He was looking ridiculous. He should have just not even started that whole stuff. I'm going to grow my beard till Pete comes back. Okay. The Tiki Barber doll. Well, Tiki doesn't say anything interesting, but people will get really upset with the puppet. People will get really upset about the puppet. Because I've seen some of the puppets that this one puppeteer makes. Black people don't look good. They don't look good as puppets. But obviously, we would have puppets for the Spaz, Salicata, and of course, a puppet for the coconut head, Brandon Tierney. And then, of course, the two cycles in the morning, Norman and Gregory, we would have it where they would be basically threatening people all day, all morning long. So you better tell me what's going on or else I'm going to complain about Daniel Murphy and his family and then apologize. That's something Boomer loves to do. He loves to apologize all the time. He says something nasty and apologizes a day later because his wife yells at him, when he gets home, And that's kind of the stuff I want to do here. But, and of course, they would go after the Mets, of course. Or this is from John Heyman. Orioles are considering right-handed hitting outfielder, including Kevin Pillar. What's this here? What's going on here? Am I seeing right? What's going on here? Oh, boy. James McCann just got drilled right in the face. Holy shit. Wow. He stayed in the game. Wow. He got hit right in the face. Holy crap. Wow. From Gerard Montago. I just noticed that this season there won't be any team playing 500 or less winning a wild card. It looks as if in both leagues it will take at least 5 wins over 500 to earn a wild card. That's a good thing. Yes, absolutely. Wow. And from Muttley and Love, and little Andy has puppets of the Beatles in the background. Sometimes you have to have puppets of his puppets. You know what? That would be great, wouldn't it? Oh my God. And then have like a puppet show of the SNY show where Spaz is on with all these women that don't know anything about baseball. They're just there as diversity hires. Oh my God, that would be great. And then they bring in little Andy, and he's got puppets of the Beatles in the background. Oh my God. Gerard Montago. You heard that the Mariners got Justin Turner. Yes, we just talked about that. And before, I took my break, we were talking about it. Boy, this would have so many I would have so many great ideas. And these people wouldn't know what the hell to do. They'd be forced to talk about it on the air. Because they don't talk about me. The puppet show would get them talking about it. You get all these backbenchers like Spuds Marash and the rest of these guys, and this Lugauer, Tommy Lugauer, another guy is a backbencher wearing a pot shirt. Oh, that's great! What a wonderful father he is. Wow. I'll tell you, James McCann got drilled in the face. Wow, nasty. That's a nasty pitch right in the middle of his face. So the Cardinals announced this trade. We have acquired right-handed pitcher Eric Fedde and outfielder Tommy Pham, and a 3-team trade with the White Sox and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Infielder Tommy Edman and minor league right-handed pitcher Oliver Gonzalez have been traded to the Dodgers. So now this is a 9-player trade. This is a 9-player trade. Wow. Let me read you this 1, 2, 3, 4. It's still 8 players, excuse me. It's an 8-player trade. So the White Sox get Miguel Vargas, Alexander Albertus, and Jarrell Perez, and a player to be named later or cash consideration. So this is a 9-player trade or a money trade. The Cardinals get Eric Fedde, Tommy Pham, a player to be named later or cash considerations from the Dodgers. Let me go back. The White Sox will get cash considerations from the Dodgers or a player to be named later. The Cardinals get Eric Fedde, Tommy Pham, a player to be named later or cash considerations from the Dodgers, and they'll get cash considerations from the White Sox. The Dodgers receive Tommy Edman, Michael Kopech, and Oliver Gonzalez. Wow. So this could be like a 10-player trade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This could be a 10-player trade. And money. Can't, like I said, can't go wrong with money. Money doesn't blow a 2-run lead in the 9th inning. Does not blow a 3-1 lead in the 9th inning. So that's a big trade. That could be a 10-player trade. Unbelievable. I would say this. I want to thank people for watching all the videos from yesterday. Brought in quite a bit of money from yesterday, so thank you. And again, whenever you watch my videos, I do get paid the ad revenue, which is basically what they do on the radio. I don't know how it works, but when you watch my videos, I get a portion of that from YouTube. So, and I thank you. So I brought in a lot of money yesterday. Wow. This is going to be a pretty good month, I must say. This might be my 3rd best month on YouTube. So this has been a very good month. So I thank you for watching. I've had a lot of views in the last 48 hours. Just to give you an idea of how many views. I've got over 9,000 views, almost 9,000 views in the last 48 hours. And yesterday was getting awfully close to 10,000 views. And most of it was through the longer videos, not so much the live streams, the shorts, but usually from these longer videos that I do on here. So the 10-minute videos, the 15-minute videos, the 5-minute videos. So thank you. Excuse me. George Montagna wants to know, are the White Sox still teasing a relocation? Who knows, man? Who knows? It's not our problem. We're Met fans. It's not our problem. I don't think that's really that big of a deal for me. I could not care less. Okay. If the White Sox move, don't move, cares. They're always threatening to move. They threatened years ago to move to Tampa Bay. That's why they got the Tropicana Field down there, because of the White Sox threatening back in the late 80s, early 90s. But this is some trade. This could be like a 10-player trade. Amazing. Seems like all the teams did rather well in this deal, which is what you want a 3-team trade to be. You don't want any team to be grifted in this situation. I got WFAN on now. I'm thinking that it would be funny to have a puppet show with these people. Because it would give me a break during the show not to talk for like 5-10 minutes and just have the puppets going back and forth. Just put like a little video on the channel and just say, okay. Or just post it on here and just have the puppets basically say what these assholes say all the time. That'd be hysterically funny. Or have like a Keith McPherson puppet. That'd be even funnier. Where he comes dressed out like he's like 20 years old, but he's 40 years old, acting like he's a little kid, Dressing up like he's, Spike. Is he going to dress like Spike Lee dresses? And I thought it was funny. I didn't mention this. I thought it was funny that Spike Lee was at the game last week, and he was dressed like a clown, and he left with no win with the Yankees. Let's beat them up pretty good. But this was an interesting trade for the Mariners today. They traded Justin Turner from the Reds. The Red Sox traded him to the Mariners. That was a pretty significant deal because, Justin Turner has been around. He's been an all-star. I'm not a big fan of his. But he had signed that contract, that 2-year deal with the Red Sox, and they basically said they had enough of him. Oh, man, Drifted, you're absolutely right. Frank the Tank, oh, my goodness. Frank the Tank puppet, oh, my God, that would be great. That would be awesome. Seriously, should do that. But like I said, you got to watch the videos. Have like all those different like people on. You have like all these magpie women that are always on SNY. All the one with the purple, with the pink hair that comes on all the time. I'm sure they'll love that. I could also get like a puppet of Susan Wallman. No, she'll love that. And she don't like being made fun of. Oh my God, that would be great. But again, if you're watching a replay, you have to hit the subscribe button, and you have to like the video, and you have to sort of help promote the channel along the way. And of course, if you do that, put more money in my pocket to where I can afford a puppet show. And this guy makes puppets quick. He makes them within a day. And this is not like AI or anything. These are like real puppets. Imagine a puppet eating like his hat and stuff. It's like something out of like Sesame Street, like Cookie Monster. But the puppets would be great. You'd have like all of them sitting around at the SNY studio. Oh my God, that'd be hysterically funny. With Spaz as the main puppet. And they all like placate the Spaz. They all make believe that he's like they talk to him like they actually talk to Spaz on the show like he's retarded or something, like he's slow. It's weird. How they, oh, it's okay, Oh, it's so funny, Spaz, That would be great. And you get like John Harper, John Harper puppet, where he talks about he's talked to a scout. I've talked to a scout. They told me this. A scout told me that. That would be great. That would be awesome. Yes, cannot forget about Brandon Tierney, the coconut head. Basically saying runs a player down, but then the next day he says, "I want that guy to play with my team. I want that guy to play in the Yankees." Like he'll run down Pete Alonso and he's done nothing but run him down for a year. He becomes a free agent. I want Pete Alonso to be a Yankee. I'm telling you, he's gonna do that. I can guarantee you that. But I guess we can run through some of the names here of players that are going to get moved, because we do have a lot of players that are going to get moved. There's going to be a lot of players going to be moved. Here's from Bob Nightingale, and he gets so many things right. The New York Yankees are in extensive trade talks for Tigers star Jack Flaherty and plan to trade starter Nestor Cortez if they land Flaherty. Well, we'll see. Nestor Cortez. I wonder where he will go. I wonder if the Mets would trade for him. This is from SNY. The Mets are monitoring Francisco Alvarez's workload as he deals with a sore left shoulder. Okay. I mean, you need to sort of give him a breather. He is 22 years old. You can't push him too much, especially if he's dealing with all these nicks and injuries and stuff. You always have to do that with your catcher. Now, again, I'll be back again tomorrow tonight. Excuse me. I'll be on again after the game tonight. I don't know what time the game will be over, but I'll probably be on about 10:30. B says, I'm a bit concerned the Mets haven't gotten their starting pitching before the deadline yet. Deadline's tomorrow. It's not tonight. It's not today. Still got time. Yeah, so I'll be on again after the game. There'll be a video. If there's a trade during the Mets game, I'll do a video. Not a long video, short video. Maybe about 2-3 minutes, whatever it is. We'll see what the trade is. If there's a trade. And I'll do a live stream after the game, talk about the game and whatever else, and just go through the names again of the players that are still on the trading block, and just discuss the Mets again. That's what we do here. Aside from all the sort of goofing and joking around, this is what this channel is about. It's about Mets and the Mets, what they do during the day, during these games, what they need to do to get better, who needs to come in here, who needs to go. They've gotten rid of a lot of dead weight in the past week. DJ Stewart was sent down to the minors once they made the deal for Jesse Winker. We know that they designated for assignment the other day Adrian Hauser, which was great. Today, big news was that Jake Diekman was designated for assignment, and he's now not on the club. They recalled Matt Cage, who they had picked up a few weeks ago. So the Mets have been busy. They've not kept any of this dead weight here. They got rid of everybody. Everybody that's been playing poorly, they got rid of. Adam Ottavino's still here. I expect that he'll be here after the deadline because they look at him as a veteran player. And he's had a lot of downs, but had a lot of ups too. He had a very good month of April, and I think they're going to hold on to him a little bit longer. I expect that Diekman will be traded, even though he was designated for assignment. I think some team will want him. So I expect the Mets to deal him between now and the deadline on Tuesday, 6 p.m. I would expect that Adrian Hauser will probably be traded as well, either for money or whatever. He will be a guy that will be out of here. He will not be in the organization after the deadline tomorrow. So there will be moves that are made. Whether they are big moves, I highly doubt it. But we'll see. I hope they get another starter in here. That's a really good starter. I would make a move to try to get Skubal in here. But I don't know where that's going to go, to be honest with you folks. Let me just work on something. But I do expect them to bring in another reliever. They need a lefty in the worst way. I think we all know that. The Mets have been working hard to improve this club since the beginning of the season. And they continue to do that. David Stearns has done an excellent job, I must say. And he has brought in value. He's gotten the situation. The players have gotten increasingly better as the season has gone along. So I'm very excited about where this team is at, considering how poorly they played in May. To see where they are now, I'm happy. Stony814 says, I heard Rangers are checking in on Marte. Please send that to me, please, Stony, if you have it somewhere. That would be great if the Mets were to move Stolen Marte. If you have a link, please send that to me. If you're on X, please tag me in the tweet, just so I can see it, because then I'll talk about it. If the Mets were to get rid of Marte, that would be good to get out of the contract, to me. But where did you see that? I really would like to know where you saw that. I believe you. But I'd like to see where that was being said, because then I could do a separate video on it here. I really hope they could get rid of him. Move him out of here, just so we don't have to worry about him being hurt all the time. You know what I mean? But there've been some moves today. Michael Lorenzen got traded from the Rangers to the Royals. It'll be interesting to see if the Rangers look at themselves as sellers. Lorenzen is not typically a move that is for a seller. I would say that. There was the big trade with the White Sox, the Cardinals, and the Dodgers today. I'm going to get into the details again. When somebody posted all the moves that he has made, wow. These are some of the moves that they've made. Get this. Tyrone Taylor he brought in. J.D. Martinez he brought in. Harrison Bader he brought in. Ben Gamel he brought in. Zach Short he brought in through a trade. DFA'd him. They brought in Joey Wendell. Oh, he's traded. I'm sorry, Zach Short was traded. Joey Wendell was DFA'd. Tyler Heineman DFA'd. Cooper Hummel DFA. Reed Garrett he brought in. Max Kranick he brought in. Adam Ottavino he brought back. Danny Young he brought in. Luis Severino he brought in. Sean Manaea he brought in. Adrian Hauser he traded for and DFA'd him. Yaxel Rios is still here. Jake Diekman DFA'd. Austin Adams he was traded. Shintaro Fujinami DFA. Jorge Lopez DFA. Johan Ramirez DFA. Michael Tonkin traded. Cole Sosa traded. It's crazy. I mean, he made so many moves. And they still have more moves to make. Wow. D says, what do you think of SMY's Sean Marash? He's WFAN's Sean Marash. He's a potato. Also known as the Spud. So he is he is a dope. I mean, he is a guy that believes in all these conspiracy theories. This is the same idiot that about a month ago said the Mets should trade J.D. Martinez because he doesn't fit in the long-term plans of the Mets. This is when Martinez was hitting like a bastard, hitting everybody like crazy. So he says, buddy of mine made a Mets channel on Facebook, and my cousin who invited this Mets fan and posted it. I'll try to send it to you on X. Okay. That's what I think of Sean Marash. He's a dope. He's a backbencher. Just like Tommy Lugauer, But he makes these weird kind of conspiracy theories, and they don't make any sense other than to him. And then he tries to fool the Met fans that are watching. Nobody's falling for his monkey crap. He's so desperate for to be noticed. I said I noticed him, and I started making fun of him. Yeah, I hadn't heard this thing about the Rangers liking Marte. I don't know if that makes any sense. I would mention that on Saturday, I'll be going to the Ducks game on Long Island. It's supposed to rain. It's supposed to have fireworks. We'll see if I'm able not to fall asleep at the end of the game. Because I get awfully tired at night. Especially when I do all these videos and stuff and I work all day. Although I wouldn't mention I'm on vacation this week. Hold on, I need a drink. Look. Yeah, that seems like, Stoney, that seems like somebody just throwing stuff up against the wall just to get rid of Marte, to be honest with you. Let's see. Nothing refreshed. This from MLB Trade Rooms. Rangers make 11 roster moves. Rangers announced a massive slate of roster moves this afternoon. Third baseman Josh Jung and left-hander Cody Bradford were each reinstated from the 60-day injured list, while the club also recalled infielder Skubal Duran and righty Jerson Garabito. To open roster spots for these four, they placed right-hander John Gray on the 15-day DL with a right groin strain. Ooh, my groin! And optioned infielders Justin Foskel and Jonathan Ornelas, as well as catcher Andrew Kisner. To open 40-man spots for Jung and Bradford, they transferred outfielder Evan Carter to the 60-day injured list and designated infielder Davis Wenzel for assignment. Righty Austin Pruitt, who was on the 60-day IL, has also been released, and we also know that they made that trade. They also made that trade for Michael Lorenzen. They sent him to the Royals. So obviously the Rangers have been very busy. I don't know how they look at themselves. I don't know how they look at themselves, quite frankly, as a team. But again, not my problem and not your problem. We have enough problems with the Mets and with the fans that we don't need to worry about what the Rangers are doing. Rangers have no problems. They won World Series last year. They get the postseason, great. They don't have to. Their fan base isn't going to get too angry. If it was here, it'd be a different story. Because the Mets don't. If the Mets won the World Series last year and they didn't make the postseason, these assholes on the fan would be flipping out. If they don't make a move, that's a big move tomorrow, they're gonna be flipping out. They're gonna need all kinds of medication on Wednesday. Especially those clowns in the morning and the clowns in the mid morning. They're all gonna want to have. They're gonna need drugs to keep them from losing it. They're gonna need to be medicated. That's for sure. Not so much Evan Roberts and Tiki, but the rest of them are gonna need to be medicated. And some of them are already being medicated anyway. To be honest with you. But so we're now 25 hours and 14 minutes now from the trade deadline. And today there were a couple of big trades. There was a three-way trade between the Cardinals, Dodgers, and the White Sox. The big players that got moved was Michael Kopech went to the Dodgers, Tommy Edman from the Cardinals to the Dodgers, and of course the White Sox got a whole bunch of prospects. And Tommy Pham, one of our favorites here, and Eric Feed got moved to the Cardinals. And Tommy Pham returned to the Cardinals. You started there. Hello, Deron Rivera, LGM. That's right. How you doing? Welcome to the show. How you doing? We're in hour number 3 of the Baseball Huts Day and show number 2 today. I've not lost my voice yet. Thank God. So I'm good to go for the rest of this hour, another hour and 15 minutes. And of course, ready to go tonight and ready to go tomorrow. I would mention this, that there will be no shows other than the regular videos on Wednesday. Wednesday will be my day to relax. And I'm on vacation, I would mention. And Thursday, you'll have videos, but I'll have to go out. I have to get the Hutmobile, the oil change in the Hutmobile, and see what else needs to get looked at with my car. And then Friday, I don't know what the hell I'm doing Friday, just videos, I guess, across the board. I'm not doing any videos on the Prospect channel for a couple of days. There'll be videos on the Baseball Hut 2. I'll have a video later just giving you an update on another update with the players that are getting traded. And then I'll have plenty of stuff on here. I would mention I'm debating whether to do more prospect stuff on here now, and figuring out what to do with the prospect hut, maybe doing other stuff there, or just doing other added stuff. I don't know. Really would like to grow this channel more, and this channel is getting awfully close to 5,000 subs. And we have memberships here. I hope that you take advantage of that and help me out a little bit in terms of what I do here. But hour and 12 minutes. Told I sign off for the afternoon, and then 25 hours and 15 minutes. So I'm gonna go through some of the players here. Who's been traded? Who's not been traded? Off of my list of players that are on here. Let me read you from D. Do we have faith in Stearns if he chooses to not make another acquisition? Absolutely. He's gotten us this far. I mean, everybody had given up, including myself, in terms of where this team was in May, and he brought them back. Now, whenever I mention a player getting traded, I hit the bell. Okay? And I'm going to run through a list of almost 100 names of players that have been traded, that are on the trading block, and who are the interested teams. When I ring the bell, it is of a player that's been traded. Now that we got the rules down, let's start. Austin Hayes, traded from the Orioles to the Phillies. Tarik Skubal, teams interested in him. Baltimore, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Braves, and I put the Mets here. The Mets should look into trying to get him. Mets don't have prospects that'll burn them in the long run. There's no elite prospects. The closest would be Brandon Sprout. It doesn't matter. Sprout, isn't it? Sprout. He is a guy that they should hold on to, and probably Ryan Clifford. But the rest of them could go. It's got plenty of middle infielders. Jackson Holiday could be on the market, especially at Baltimore. Talks to the Tigers for Skubal, and Skubal should ask for him, and in a trade, in my view. Blake Snell. I've heard the Mets should consider very much to try to get him. According to reports in the last hour or so, the Padres don't want to. The Giants don't want to pay the contract. So very few teams will be able to afford the rest of that contract, except for one. Are they willing to do that for the next 2 months? Because they'll take a hit on the competitive balancing tax for the rest of the year, which means they'd have to pay the double salary, whatever's left. So if he's making $15 million for the rest of the year, they'd have to pay $30 million for the last 10 starts that he'll make for the Mets. The Padres are interested in him. They want to have a reunion with him, I guess. The Yankees have been discussed. The Baltimore Orioles have been discussed, which is a surprise. But since they have new ownership, it's not a surprise. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., which I've not heard much of from him late. I've heard San Diego, the Yankees, Seattle, Washington, Houston, and the Cubs. Tommy Pham, traded to the Cardinals. Jake Diekman will be traded. He will be traded, Jake Diekman, soon. I would expect that he will be traded by tomorrow, because everybody needs a lefty, and the Mets will move him for money or whatever. He was DFA today by the Mets a little while ago. I did a short on him, basically laughing about it. And thank God he's out of here. He had one good game for the Mets, and that was the game against the Yankees when he struck out Horseface of the Yankees, which is number 99. I wonder if Judge's music is when he comes to the place, the trumpet at the horse race at the track. And it's just stupid. All right, let me move on. Luis Robert. We got the Phillies, the Mariners, the Dodgers. Be interesting to see where the Mariners go because they made this trade for Justin Turner. The Dodgers, the Braves, Baltimore, and the Yankees. Mason Miller, I don't think he's going to get moved, but I heard the Braves, I heard the Yankees, the Phillies, and the Orioles. Garrett Crochet, who doesn't want to talk about where he's getting moved to, who's been a reliever his whole career up until the first half this year. I've heard the Yankees, Baltimore, the Dodgers, the Mets, San Diego, and the Braves. I'd be very careful. Very careful with him. I've heard Jesus Lazaro, but he's been hurt. Tyler Anderson, I've heard the Mets, the Pirates, and Houston. Eric Feed, traded to the Cardinals. Chaz Chisholm Jr., traded to the Yankees. Taylor Ward has been told, according to sources that online, that he's not going to finish. He's not going to be with the Angels. He's not going to be the Angels after the deadline. But we've heard the Phillies, the Braves. It'll be interesting if the Phillies are interested in him now, because they made that move for Hayes. The Pirates, Kansas City, and Minnesota. Seems that the Pirates are really hard after a shortstop. Tanner Scott has a big market. We've heard the Yankees, the Phillies, Baltimore, the Dodgers, the Mets, Kansas City, Arizona, Seattle, Atlanta, Boston, Hut. And those are the names for him. Bo Bichette, I don't think he's getting moved, but we heard the Dodgers. I've heard the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Cleveland Guardians. James Paxton, traded to the Phillies. Jake McCarthy, the Phillies are interested. Carlos Estevez, traded to the Phillies. Elias Diaz, we've heard Cleveland, the Yankees, Washington, Pittsburgh, and San Diego. Luis Rengifo, the Yankees and Kansas City. Brent Rooker of the Oakland A's. Doesn't seem like he's being moved, but I've heard the Royals, the Phillies, and the Seattle Mariners. Randy Arozarena, traded to the Mariners. We've heard Cody Bellinger, the Rangers, the Yankees, the Phillies, Houston, believe it or not, Washington, and the Mariners. Again, I wonder where the Mariners are with certain players now that they've gotten very right-handed all of a sudden. Nico Horn, I've heard the Mariners. Mike Conforto. We'll see what happens with the Cubs. I mean, with the Giants. The Mets had discussed Michael with the Giants, but it didn't seem that deal went through. Seattle. I put Seattle and Milwaukee there because that seemed to be obvious fits. Jack Flaherty. I should put down the Yankees. They're talking to them, but I've heard with the over the last couple of days, the Braves, the Guardians, Houston, the Mets, and San Diego, according to little more Andy Martino, who is a killjoy, said the Mets aren't going to be one of the teams that pick him up. Zach Eflin, traded to the Orioles. Danny Jansen, traded to the Red Sox. Yimi Garcia, traded to the Mariners. Yandy Diaz, I've heard Houston, Seattle, and Pittsburgh. Yusei Kikuchi was hearing a lot with the Mets last night. Houston, the Dodgers, San Diego, and the Minnesota Twins. There's Trevor Richards, Kyle Finnegan. A lot of teams on him, but specifically the Mets, the Yankees, and the Brewers. Harvey Hunter, traded to the Royals. Michael Kopech, traded to the Dodgers. Pete Fairbanks, I've heard the Mets and the Yankees. Jesse Winker, traded to the Mets. Mets get a double bell rung. Lane Thomas, Seattle and Kansas City. Cal Quantrill, Houston, Milwaukee. Houston's been quiet. They should be desperate looking for a first baseman, by the way. I also heard, when was I going through here? Where the hell was I? Let me start over. Cal Quantrill, Houston, Milwaukee, San Francisco. Deron Rivera, is Skubal more than Justin Reynolds? Yes, he's more than Reynolds. He's got 3 more years. Austin Gomber, I've heard Cleveland, Houston, and Milwaukee. Trevor Rogers, I've heard the Mets, just because the Mets need a lefty reliever. And who the hell knows what's going on with them. Andrew Chafin, who's been forever coming to the Mets. I see him on the Mets. I see the Mets name attached to it. Luis Garcia, the Mets, the Yankees, Kansas City, and Boston. Dylan Floro, I've seen the Mets. I got a whole bunch of names of players that don't have teams attached to them. Jalen Beeks, Scott Anderson, DJ McFarland, Derek Law, Gio Urshela, third baseman Miguel Andujar. Paul DeJong's got the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Mariners attached to him. Josh Bell was put on waivers today, but he could be traded. That's just a clerical thing. He's with the Marlins. I've heard the Yankees, the Mariners, Houston, Washington, and Pittsburgh. Jason Adams traded to the Padres. I've heard Griffin Canning, Lucas Urseg's got a big market. I don't have the teams. It's probably all the teams that I've mentioned here in this video, in this live stream. Isaac Paredes traded to the Cubs. Christopher Morel traded to the Rays and the same deal. AJ Puck traded to the Diamondbacks. Brian De La Cruz, I've heard the Pittsburgh Pirates. Wilmer Flores is out there, possibly get moved. Mike Yastrzemski, also I've heard Mariners. I've heard it, but I put down the Mariners in Seattle because they need left-handed help with their lineup. Ryan McMahon, I've heard with the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Royals. Jose Soriano, I've heard Cleveland, St. Louis, and Atlanta. Garrett Mitchell, I heard the Mets. Mark Hanna, and he's and by the way, Mitchell is a player. Mitchell is a player that was drafted by David Stearns. Was drafted by David Stearns a few years ago, back in 2020, and he's considered the second best prospect behind Jackson Chourio with the Brewers. So keep an eye on him. That might be a long-term deal. That might be something in the offseason. Who knows? Mark Canha, the Phillies, the Seattle Mariners, and Milwaukee. Trevor Bauer, believe it or not, is on this list. I've heard the Phillies were kind of mulling it, but I don't think nobody's signing him. Nobody's signing that weirdo. Chad Green, I've heard the Phillies, the Yankees. With Matt Chapman, I've heard the Yankees, but we'll see again with the Giants. The Giants will decide probably at the last minute if they're sellers. Michael Lorenzen traded to the Royals. John Gray, I'll put him down on the injured list because they put him on the injured list, so he's off the market. So I'll take him off. Jameson Taillon, I've heard the Mets have discussed him. That's been rumored today. Nestor Cortez's name popped up in trade discussions. I don't have teams on him. I expect probably all the teams that need pitching. Milwaukee would be a team that would need pitching, certainly. The Dodgers certainly will put them down. Get the red pen. And I have pens. I'm like Keith Hernandez with the pens. By the way, when I write this stuff down, and the blue is the player's name, the red is the prospective team, and the black is the team that he gets traded to. Okay. Justin Turner, believe it or not, got traded, and he was traded to the Mariners just a little while ago. And now I put a new name as I was talking here. I put down Brett Beatty. I don't think Brett Beatty's going to get moved, but if he gets moved, it'll be to the Tampa Bay Rays. Tampa has liked him for a long time. And if there was a place where they would get any kind of production out of him, that would be the place. But let the buyer beware when dealing with the Rays, because the Rays will grift you if you're not careful. They will pick your pocket and then take the rest of your clothes. They never get burned with a player. Unless he's like a reliever, they don't get burned too often. Because the Mets brought in, remember, a few years ago, Aaron Loop, and he pitched really well for the Mets. And then they made the trade with the Mets for Brooks Raley and pitched well with the Mets. Only relievers do they get burned on. They don't get burned with too many big pitchers. Remember Chris Archer? They made that big trade with the Pirates. He did nothing with the Pirates. They made that big trade, I guess, with the Red Sox years ago for David Price, and really Price basically fell apart after that. And then he went to the Dodgers. Stony 814 says, who do you see the Luis Robert going to? Let me see the names of teams. He's on the first page. Let me see. Luis Robert. Just going through the names. I would probably cross out the Orioles because they picked up Austin Hayes. If you were to ask me, And obviously, the Mariners brought in a Rosarena the other day, so that kind of eliminates them. The Phillies have been busy. They brought in that reliever, the big reliever Carlos Estevez, and then they made that trade for Austin Hayes. I would say the Braves. If he goes somewhere, it would be the Braves. And the Braves will grift, they'll grift the White Sox easily because they never have any kind of any prospects that they ever trade that ever comes back to burn them ever. And the White Sox are dumb enough to make that trade. So if there were a team that he would go to, it would be the Braves. Yeah. Because they need another outfielder because of Ron Acuna Jr. blowing his knee out, his other knee out again. His good knee. His bum knee is still a bum knee. Now he's got a new bum knee. Let me see if I can find some new stuff here. So I'm going to be on till about 6 o'clock. And like I said, if there's a trade after I sign off, I'll do a video on the trade. From Stanley Babbage. Hut, would you trade Luis Angel Cunha for a pitcher? Yes. Yes, I would. I know they like him a lot. I think he can hit in the major league level. I think he'd hit about 270 in the majors. And I think he'd get on at a fairly good clip. But he doesn't have any power, okay? He's a bit of a punch and Judy player. And his OPS goes from 650 to 700. He hasn't had a good year. Now, he's a good defensive player. He's always had that reputation of being a good defensive player. I would move him. The Mets have a lot of depth in their middle infield. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. They have a lot of middle infield talent. Jet Williams, Luis Angel Cunha, Ronnie Mauricio, Jeremy Rodriguez, the kid they picked up for Tommy Pham last year, Jesus Baez, Colin Houck. Mets have a lot of talent in the middle infield. To me, I would not have a problem doing that. Moving one of them and a trade for a pitcher. But it has to be the right pitcher. Like, I would move Jet Williams for Tarik Skubal. Like I said earlier, there's really only 2 or 3 guys I would not move from the Mets farm system right now. And it always changes. Last year I said something different, I'm sure. But this year's a little bit different because the Mets need more pitching on this club. I would move everybody but Sprout, Ryan Clifford, and probably Nolan McLean. That to me would be the few guys I would hold on to. Those are the guys that I would hold on to. But everybody else I would not have a problem moving. Jet Williams I would move. Ken Parada, not a problem. Colin Houck I would move. Now, I would mention about Houck. He's had a lousy year, but he has a pedigree in high school. And you have to respect that. And the Mets, he was very highly thought of in the draft last year. One of the best high school players in the draft last year. So he needs to have a lot more respect than he's gotten this year, that he's gotten from evaluators. So he is a little behind where he needs to be. But I would not have a problem moving Acuna. I would not have a problem. Now, I would have an issue with trading Drew Gilbert. Okay? Because I think Drew Gilbert is going to be a player that's going to be around a long time and is going to be a real headache, and he's going to be a winning player. When you get compared to Brett Gardner and Lenny Dykstra in particular, Lenny was a winning player. And this is a guy that drives teams crazy when he's on the field. And there's not too many players that are like that. And the Mets have not had a player like that in a long time. So I'd be very reluctant to move him. So that's 4 players right there. Now, most of these guys are probably going to be everyday players in the majors. But these players all have a problem. They all have the same problem. They're all short. They're all little guys. So I have no problem moving some of these little guys that the Mets have on their infield in any kind of trade. So I would just sort of bring that up as a point to people. Now, in the meanwhile, please like this video and please subscribe. We're trying to get this channel to 5,000 subs. We're almost there. We're right on the doorstep. Very, very close. I'm very excited to where this channel has gone over the last month. I know things will slow down after. It's going to really slow down after the trade deadline. But I'm going to keep doing videos for you. You're going to have at least 3 videos up a day. I'm going to try my best. I'm thinking about doing more prospect stuff on here and do less on the other channel. You'll have stuff on the Baseball Hut too, as much as I can. That has slowed down because I've been doing so much work on here. And I hope you all like it. I hope you like the increased content. Because I've done more content on here than I have in the last 3 years on here. I kind of look at it as doing 3 videos a day and I really want to make this channel grow and be able to do more stuff. I'd like to be able to do more stuff for you and more entertainment for you than just a regular baseball channel. I think I mentioned earlier I would like to do more stuff making fun of the clowns at WFAN, like I said, mentioned the puppet show, and goofing on some of the hosts at SNY. That would be a lot of fun for me to do, and I think you'd enjoy it. But I need you to subscribe. I need you to like the videos, and of course, I need you to leave great comments and share it. Now we have tonight's game. Let's play the Twins tonight. Twins are a pretty good team. They're I think 2.5 games behind the Yankees in the last wild card spot. I don't care much for the Yankees, but the Mets have to take the series, take 2 out of 3 games against the Minnesota club. The Mets have played really well. They've earned everybody's respect here. And I'm glad I don't have to complain anymore about this club not playing so well. They're playing as well as they could possibly play. But they need a little help. We know they need another starter in here. They could use a reliever. They could use a lefty reliever as well. And that's what we're going to do here. Until we get to that point tomorrow, I'm going to keep going. So, like I said, the show will be over at 6 o'clock. I'll be ending the show at 6. I'm going to have my dinner. If there's a trade, I'll do a video on what the trade is, if there's a trade. Even if there's a trade announced during the game or a trade that's mentioned during the game, or there'll be a rumor, I'll have a video on there for you. So you'll constantly have content and constantly have a lot of stuff to chew on. Sony 814, have the Twins been struggling this year? No, I mean they're in second place. They're going up against a very difficult team this year in the Guardians. The Guardians have had a really big year, but they're only a few games behind the Guardians, and they're only 2.5 games behind the Yankees. So they're actually holding their own. They're keeping their head way above water. They're a good team. And they've been a good team for a long time. They got good pitching. They got a pretty good offense. Don't believe Correa is playing tonight. I don't know if he's playing. I would say that. I don't know. I'm not quite sure about that. I don't know about that. You sure about that? I don't know about that. But so we went through the list of players that are going to get moved at the deadline. The players that have been moved already. We had 2 big trades today. Justin Turner went to the Mariners, and we had this 3-team trade that sent Eric Feed and Tommy Pham to the Cardinals, Michael Kopech to the Dodgers, boatload of prospects for the White Sox. Some cash is going to be passed along. Some players to be named are going to be passed along. But this is an interesting trade. along the lines. Dewan Rivera says, Hut, do you think the Dodgers have interest in Roberts? Well, yeah. I mean, I mentioned them in this video, and they're on my list. So I don't see why the Dodgers wouldn't be interested in him. They could use a little more offense on that club. They're very top heavy as a club. They're not, the top of their lineup is great, and the bottom of the lineup sucks. Yeah, I mean, a lot of outs. That's why the Mets played so well against them this year. They were able to navigate that lineup. Their lineup is not as bad as the Yankee lineup, by the way. Even with Chaz Chisholm, it's still not a great lineup. Hold on, you drink. Look. Yeah, the Dodgers lineup is top heavy. Not as bad as the Yankees lineup. Yankees have 2 guys, but they actually have 3 or 4 guys, and then the rest of the lineup sucks. But Roberts would certainly help the group overall. That's for sure. Now, again, like I said, please like this video and subscribe, and we'll see what happens here. Like I said, I'm going to end the live stream in a little bit. I'm going to have my dinner. And we're going to talk a lot about the club in the evening. After the game. And hopefully we'll have a trade to talk about. Like I said, there'll be a video later if there's a trade. I hate to repeat myself. I just want people to know. And there'll be videos tomorrow. I have a video for you tomorrow. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm going to find some rumor. But we're getting close to the deadline. So, again, I'll be back again live tomorrow in the morning at 9 o'clock. I'll probably be outside this time. I was really wanting to be outside this morning. But there was a storm here. It's been raining a good part of the day. It rained a little while ago during the first part of this live stream, and the lights started flickering. There was a lot of thunder and lightning around here. It was making the lights here at the hut flicker. I was getting a little nervous. Like I said, I don't know this house yet in terms of what happens with storms. It was going on and off here. It was a little nerve-wracking. So I had to sort of turn everything off here. But I'll have a big live stream in the morning discussing whatever trades have happened. Also, we'll be back again at 2 o'clock again tomorrow. If there is a trade with the Mets between 11 o'clock or whenever I sign, probably 10:30. 10:30 and 2 o'clock, there'll be a video for you here if there's a trade announced before the last live stream, before the deadline. And then we'll discuss it if it happens. And then, of course, I'll be on the air from 2 o'clock to about 6:30. We'll be on a long time tomorrow. Or I'll be on a long time tomorrow with you. And then there might be a live stream after the game. A little one, probably not a great big one. Discuss what happened during the trade deadline. All the players got moved, including obviously the Mets, and what happened in the game on Tuesday night. And then Wednesday, I take a break. Wednesday, I just do some videos for you. You will just watch the game, and I'll be home watching the game here. The Mets come on at 1:10 against the Twins, and then they go on. Then they had Thursday off, and we go on the road for a long road trip, a big road trip, 10-game road trip against some very tough opponents. So, Deron Rivera says, Hut, what comes with membership to your channel? Well, a lot of these sort of special like emojis that I had created. A lot of numbers. I wish I had these created about 3 years ago by another YouTuber. I had these different emojis created of different Met players. Nobody posts them in there in the live streams. I got Mookie Wilson, Casey Stang. I got a whole bunch. Just go in the membership. I forgot. I posted this like a year ago because I rearranged the sort of the memberships here. But I have memberships to flat rate. Let me see. But, a lot of sort of emojis, just sort of a way to... This was what we looked like back in May. This was an emoji in May, folks. This is how we all looked in May. But, it's just emojis. I have some videos on there. I'd love to have more members on there. so I can do more videos as for members. Let me see, because it's been such a long time since I searched my my memberships. Yeah, so I have a whole bunch of different. Let me see what I got here. I don't remember what the hell I have here. Yeah, I have different numbers for different tiers. So when you become a member, you get a number one. If you're a member for a certain amount of time, you get these different emojis. It goes 1, 5, 20, 31, and 41. And then we got these special emojis. One for Mookie Wilson. That's if you're a member for just in the beginning. If you use these emojis. What else? Casey Stengel, Mr. Met, and The Godfather. Marlon Brando's an emoji. Nobody uses the emojis in the chat. They never do with the members. But that's what you get, and it's a very flat fee. I only have one tier because I don't do too many live streams. So, but you do get there are a couple videos on there. I'd love to put more videos on there. I just don't have enough members, so that's the one thing. And I have members on the Prospect Hut too. They don't get special emojis and badges like you guys do here. But that's what I have here. It's not much. It's just a little more content. I'd love to do more content for that and do special things. But it's all about having fun. That's why I have these emojis. The emojis are fun. I mean, if you go and you're a member, and I do the live streams. This is a great emoji right here. This emoji right here is great, and that's from YouTube. This is the official emoji of the Mets fan on this channel. But that's what we have as members. I'd love to get more members here. I'd love to be able to display the membership because memberships display themselves when you open up a channel's page. And if you become a member during the live stream, you get the bell. You send me a super chat, you get the bell. If there's a trade, you get the bell. So it's all about the bell. This is the best $10, folks. This is the best $10 I ever bought, and it was worth its weight in gold in my view. I'd gotten a bell on Amazon, and the inside was broken. See this little bell inside was broken. So when I hit it, it didn't work. So this one I got at this pharmacy where I used to live. It's the last one there, and I bought it. Best $10 I ever bought, at least for this channel. Simple but effective, and people love it, and I love it. Gives this channel a little bit of a different kind of quality to it. I don't know what the quality is, but it has a quality to it. Let me refresh my feed. Let's see what's going on here. If there's anything new. Let's see. Well, this is interesting. This is from Tim Britton. Diekman was on pace for 66 appearances, which would have guaranteed his club option. Oh boy, at $4 million for next season. Now that won't happen. Ha 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 ha. Well, that's pretty damn funny. So Jake Diekman had an option. He was on pace to get 66 appearances with the Mets. If he got 66 appearances with the Mets, they would have had to pay him $4 million for next year. That's great. Good, they got him out of here. We would have been stuck with that guy until next year. Wow. Well, no wonder why they signed him. He probably wasn't getting that from anywhere else. Good, they got rid of him. But good thing they got rid of him. They would have been stuck. This is from Jesse Rogers. Jesse Rogers is a ESPN reporter that covers the White Sox and the Cubs. White Sox general manager Chris Getz does not sound overly pleased with how things have gone with Garrett Crochet. The communication had been very strong between Garrett and I and his agency. I was a little surprised and taken aback by how they went about it. Considering I had a conversation with his agent the night before, it's not exactly the tactic I would have taken being a former player. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's from Stony 814. This is weird, but I can only see what I've been typing. and not the chat. What's going on? Been going on for like 15 minutes now. Well, what you should do, Stony, is get out of the chat, get off the video, and then come back in. You should be able to get your the chat feed back up. So just bounce out of the video and come back. It should bounce back in there. But that's interesting. What the White Sox general manager had to say about Garrett. I guess they wanted to sign him to some kind of contract, so he's going to be gone. It seems like he's going to be out of there. And Buster only Buster Move boom is had retweeted this. Interesting. Isn't that interesting? Now, of course, please like this video and subscribe. We're going a little bit longer, not too much longer. But I want to thank this very long live stream. And we've had a couple of trades here. We had the big trade, the three-way trade with the White Sox, Dodgers, and the Cardinals, which was a 10-player, basically potentially a 10-player trade. But you don't see too many trades like this at the deadline too often. And then we had we had the trade of Justin Turner went from the Red Sox to the Mariners. They made this deal, and we'll see what happens there. I don't know if the Mariners are done. They're never done. What am I talking about? When it comes to trades, the Mariners are never, ever, ever done. Don't ever forget that. They never done. They always make trades. So I'm sure they'll have more trades down the line. Probably for some more relief help or another bat. Does it work now, Stoney? I told you that's what you got to do. Just bounce. If anyone has that problem, just bounce out and come back. Just bounce out and come back. That's it. Thank you. Like I said, the Mets tonight, they play the Twins. Jesse Winker's batting fifth in the lineup tonight. The issue to me is if they bring in a tough lefty, he can't hit against the lefty tonight. And what will happen at that point is they'll bring in a pinch hitter to face the tough lefty. That's the lousy part about Winker. He's not an everyday player. He's a platoon player. When he played a lot in 2022, his numbers were terrible. His batting average was lousy. His slugging percentage was lousy. His on-base percentage was lousy. And he played a hell of a lot more than he had in the past. This year, he's only playing about whatever pitcher it is on the mound. So if it's a right-handed pitcher, he's going to play. If it's a left-handed pitcher, he's not going to play. So that's the problem with bringing a guy like him, is that in a pinch, if you need him to play, for 2 weeks every day, he can't do it and get high-level production. You'll get. They were going crazy about his production. He's a 260 hitter against a right-hand. He kills right-handed pitchers. He's a 266. There is value to a batting average, by the way. I don't care what anybody tells you. There's still value to that. Like I said, I'm going to do more stuff on here later. If there's a trade, I'll post a video. Wow, this video did really well. I did a video on Blake Snell from yesterday. It did really well. Posted that right before the making. Wow, that did pretty good. It was 1,900 views. It's pretty good. If there's a trade during the game tonight, I'll post a video. It won't be a long video because I don't want to take your attention too far away from the game. Probably a 2-3 minute video, just letting you know that there was a trade that was made. If something happens during the game, and I'll be back in after the game, discuss the game, go over what happened during the day. If there was a trade with the Mets, I'll go over that, and whatever else is going on in Major League Baseball. The Mariners said this. Scott Service said they hope to use Justin Turner first more than he was being used in Toronto, but said it's going to depend on what the roster ends up looking like in the coming days. Okay? Interesting. So that's something to so that's what they're going to do with Justin Turner. Well, I will say this, Stoney. They do give us some entertaining moments when they act crazy. You better make some trades. Don't want WFN talking trash. Like I said, I want them to continue to act crazy so I can do videos on them showing how crazy they are. They've been actually quiet because the Mets have been playing well. But if they don't make any trades, Spazlicott is already making all kinds of threatening comments about. I tell you, that guy's a spiteful guy. He don't like being criticized. First, he had Woody on WFAN, and then he goes on Rob's channel last night. What a spiteful little bitch. Isn't he spiteful? Because he don't like my criticism of him? Oh, well, too bad. I'm not impressed with him. Too bad. But I'm going to keep, antagonizing, criticizing them. And like I said, if this channel grows more, and it's going to grow more, and I can afford it, I will hire a puppeteer. And that puppeteer will make the funniest looking puppets you've ever seen. They will look hysterically funny. They'll be the same puppet for most of them because most of these guys are completely bald. They shave their bald heads. I would just have to get and this puppeteer does great voices. So that is the stuff you don't get anywhere else. Where I make fun of these people. Okay? They don't have to do so much work. But so that's what I want to do here. Really go just absolutely nuts with these puppets. I love a good puppet show. I love a good puppet show if it's good. And it's mocking in a truthful way. If it's like a shot, then it's not very good. But if I'm taking shots and it's right on the mark, it's right over the target, then the puppets will be hysterically funny. And people will watch. People are like, I can't believe these puppets on here. They'd be like, the puppets are funnier than the guy that's the host. That would be awesome. But that's one of the things I want to do here. So that's why you need to subscribe to this channel, because every time you subscribe and you stay here, I will create these puppets, and I'll get them to create a puppet of myself. So that'd be fun. So I don't want to see that. And then the puppet does my voice. Oofa. But it's all in good fun. It's all about entertaining you. It's more about entertaining you guys and making me laugh than it is about anything else. If they get mad, I don't care. Because they are made made fun of. I mean, Imus used to make fun of them all the time. And they couldn't do anything about it. I make fun of them all the time, and still they can't do anything about it. It says Spazlicott gets so pissed he goes on all these different Met channels trying to prove something to me. I don't give a shit. What the fuck? He's a coward. And he could write to me, folks. He could write to me and say to me, oh, let's settle this. No. I'm still going to make fun of him. Nothing to settle. John Boy says, what's up, Hut? You're up, man. You're up. How you doing? Yes, the big news today with the Mets is they sent Jake Diekman to the Phantom Zone. He's out of here. They DFA'd him. I would expect that the Mets will trade him before the trade deadline tomorrow, if not tonight. Because I think some team will be tricked. I mean, some team will want him. Some team will want him. He has a market. I mean, he's a lefty. He had a good year last year. They'll look at him and say, he comes and pitches with us. We can get him to stop walking so many batters. Good luck with that one. But I see the Mets moving him. He's going to be gone by tomorrow. Tomorrow, 24 hours and 28 minutes from now, Jake Diekman will not be on the New York Mets. He will be gone. I can almost guarantee you that. He will not be here after 6 p.m. tomorrow. That's for sure. He will not be here. If he is here, I'll be surprised. And eventually they would just get rid of him completely. But I don't expect him here. Hut, it's from Stony 814. Hut, do you know how old Spaz and the Coconut Head is? I think they're in their 40s. I'm not sure. I think they're in their 40s. I think Spaz is younger than the Coconut, but I think they're in their 40s. I could tell just by the way Spaz has behaved. He does not like me. And he's trying to be very spiteful, but he's not hurting me by going on these other shows. I couldn't give a shit. I don't want any guests on the show. I will mention I will have a guest on here if I don't have problems with any kind of like signal problems with the StreamYard. I'm going to get a guest here next month, a broadcaster, believe it or not. Somebody that's broadcasted Met games. So I will have somebody here. But it's going to be a lot of fun when I have the guest here because I do good interviews. I've done an interview with anybody in a long time. Used to do a lot of interviews on the other channel. I had a Pete McCarthy on here years ago in an interview, and that's one of my best videos. And I do good interviews. You'll enjoy the interview if and when I have guests on. This is what these people don't understand, is that I have experience interviewing people, and I've done a great job doing that. So I don't have to I don't have anything to prove when it comes to asking people questions and talking to them. So I'm going to do that. We're going to have guests here. Hopefully, once this one guest comes on, that should open the door a little bit with other people. I may be a goof with some of the videos, but I take what I do with the Mets very seriously, and take how I say it very seriously. I make fun of the players, but I do care about how the Mets play and how they win and stuff, and if they win, very seriously, more seriously than the other channels do, quite frankly. So when I conduct an interview, it's not a bullshit interview. Okay, you'll have value to the interview when I bring these people in. Because if I bring these people in, I want to know about them, and I want them to know. I want you to know about them too. So it's not just going to be, well, what do you think about this topic, this topic, this topic? No, it's going to be more of a conversation. John Boy asked, do you think McNeil is going to be moved? No, I don't think Jeff McNeil is getting moved. Okay. I didn't think he was going to get moved anyway, and I think the way he's hit, you can't move him right now because the only guy really that's hitting his worth. If he is to be moved, John Boy, it'll be in the offseason. I don't see him being moved at the moment before the deadline. If he does, I'd be surprised. I don't expect him to be moved before tomorrow, probably after the season. Stanley Babbage says, would you interview a Mets player? Sure. I would, but I don't know any players. I don't talk to any players. Nobody in speed dial, Stony 814 says, I'd be interviewed, but someone would have to ask me some questions, and I'm not afraid to answer. Okay. At some point, I'll try to, like, as an experiment, put the link in the chat. Some point, I'm going to do that. I don't feel like doing that right now. I'm getting tired now. I'm starting to get a little worn down now. This was going for 3.5 hours is a lot of work, And I'm going to be back again tomorrow, tonight, and then tomorrow too. Hold on, I need a drink. Look. But yeah, so over the next couple of days, you're going to have a lot of stuff here. Even after the trade deadline, you're going to have plenty of videos here. Oh boy. I tell you, Evan Roberts needs a lot of help. He wants the Mets to pick up Max Scherzer. I guess he figures since the Mets are paying him for this year, might as well bring him back. Been there, done that. The guy's always hurt, and he failed miserably for 2 years with the Mets, not being able to get anybody out. I'd stay away from him. Stay away from him. That's long past. That's long past. That's for sure. So the Yankees are playing the Phillies. I didn't know that. The Yankees are playing the Phillies in Philadelphia. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Yeah, nothing so far. It's gotten quiet all of a sudden. We had a couple, like I said, a couple trades today. And I expect some movement. Stony 814, is that the first game HUD of that series, Yankees and Phillies? Yes, because the Yankees were off yesterday night. No, they weren't off. They were in Boston. Yeah, it's their first game, I guess. This from Jim Bowden. This is about this thing I said about Garrett Crochet. Definitely makes it harder to trade him as Crochet at the deadline and shrinks the market for the White Sox. Crochet has options, so if they don't trade him, they can always option him to the minors for the rest of the season. Oh boy. And save the service time. In addition, may have more suitors in the offseason. Oh boy. This looks like a very nasty conversation with the White Sox and Crochet. I'd stay away from him. Boy, oh boy. Nasty situation there. Wow. This is from Rising Apple. They always suggest different things. I don't always go through this. See this. Is this anything of value? Use too much of what they do. Oof. Brent Suter is out there. I wonder what's going on with the Reds. Are they going to start moving some of their players? They're another team that's on the bubble. John Boy says this. How much interest did the Mets have in Blake Snell? People have been talking about it. I mean, I would certainly look into it. He's going to opt. If he has a good last 2 months, he's going to opt out of that contract. He's got a team option. Okay? The Mets will have to pay double whatever's left on his contract for this year. He'd be making about $12 to $15 million the last 2 months of the season. Something like that, I think. And that's about 10 starts. But the problem is the Mets have to pay double that. So that'd be about $20 to $30 million that the Mets would have to pay. And what do the Mets do? What are the Mets going to do for next season? We know that they have all this salary coming off the payroll. Verlander's not going to hit that 140 innings mark. We know that's not going to happen. So the Mets aren't going to have to worry about paying him. James McCann is a free agent. I would mention that James McCann got hit in the face in the game today, but he got up and stayed in the game. I don't know how he did that, and he was bleeding. They're still paying for James McCann. He's going to be a free agent after the year, meaning they won't have to pay him after this year. And, of course, Scherzer, the Mets are paying for Scherzer's contract this year. And you got 3 guys here that they're not paying for. There's another player. I forget who the other player was that they're paying for. Is it Canna? I think it's Mark Canna. So they have all these players on the club, on the payroll, that are not here. Now, would Steve Cohen pay another $10, $20 million for the next 2 months? Maybe. Now, that limits, the market for Blake Snell because the Padres have said they're not going to pay his contract for the rest of the year. Now, I don't know how that would work for a team like the Mets. They would only have to pay the penalty, I guess. They'd still have to pay $12 to $15 million on his contract. And if he has a good 2 months, he's going to opt out. We know he's going to opt out. And if he opts out, then the Mets don't have to worry about paying him next year. So is it worth bringing him in here? And if you're going to do that, what do you give up for him? Do you give up something significant? If the money's not an object, you give up something significant, right? Yes. But if money is an issue with it, the Giants aren't picking up any of the money, then you don't have to worry about picking up anything. Stony 814 says, any news on DeGrom, HUD? I still like him. Is he going to be pitching for the Rangers this year? I don't know. The word is he's on his road to recovery. Stanley Babbage says, will the Mets acquire more pitching before the deadline? Yes, they will. I expect a reliever here, a lefty here, and a starter. I expect at least 2-3 trades here before we call it an off season. No, call it call it the trade deadline. I think we will see some stuff before the deadline. I guarantee you that. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I expect that Jake Diekman will be gone. Okay, I expect him to get traded. I expect Adrian House to get traded. Not that we're thinking about them, but I think those two guys in particular will be out of here. Those two guys will be certainly out of here by 6 p.m. tomorrow. We're now 24 hours and 17 minutes before the deadline. And Stony814 says, do you still think we need another outfielder before the deadline, Hut? Well, if they bring back, once Starlin Marte comes back from the injured list, they don't need anybody. Gamma gets sent off to the Phantom Zone or go back to the minor leagues. And I would expect that that Winker is probably the move for the outfield. I know there was talk that the Mets were looking for an infielder. I don't see that. They don't need another infielder in here. I think Iglesias has played really well. If there's anyone significant that leaves the Mets, it'll probably be Brett Beatty in a move. I know Tampa Bay has really liked him for a long time. He's not playing for the Mets. He's not going to play for the Mets at third base. He's not going to be the third baseman. I don't see Brett Beatty going and playing for the Mets again. I'd be very surprised if he was here. And Stony814 asked me, do you expect Taylor to stay put? I think so. Why would they move him? I think he's done a good job. I know what I'm getting from him. He'll get an occasional home run from him, an occasional big hit. But there's warts in his games. He's not perfect. He doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to be a perfect player because the Mets didn't bring him in to be perfect. Stanley Babbage says, I like the idea of Chris Bassett returning to the Mets. Well, I don't think that's happening, Stanley. Apparently, the Blue Jays aren't moving him. Kikuchi will be moved. Bassett will not be moved. I don't think. I don't believe he's going to get traded at all. So, let me just refresh, see what's going on. My goodness, I tell you, now Tommy Lugauer is giving pep talks to the idiot Met fans that watch and listen to WFAN. You don't need a pep talk. Get the hell out of here. Give me a break. Now, in the meanwhile, please like this video and hit the subscribe button. Again, I will be back in a live stream after the Met game, covering what's going on with the Mets and Major League Baseball. If there's a trade during the game, I'll post a video during the game. I don't really like doing that. But I will be doing that stuff, and we're going to have fun, as we always do. If there's a crazy trade to make fun of, we'll make fun of it. And let me see something. But we'll have plenty of fun here over the next few days, over the next few hours. And you need to subscribe because you'll get all kinds of content here about all these players that are going to get traded, specifically with the Mets. And we have fun here. This is meant to be fun. I want it to be fun here. I want when people come in here and subscribe, they know they're going to have a good time on the live streams, have fun watching the video, and I want that to be the case moving forward. I don't want this to be gloom and doom that we all the same bullshit you see from every other YouTuber, every other broadcaster when it comes to talking about the Mets. I don't want that. I don't want that here. I don't like that stuff being discussed like that. It pisses me off. But again, I'll be back tomorrow in the morning. I'll be back in the afternoon, and I'll be back after the game. Stony814 says, I got a good question for you, Hut. Do you see Jeff being moved at the end of the season? Well, you can't really make trades at the trade deadline. We don't do waiver deals anymore. There's no August 31st trade deadline. No, he will play the rest of the season with the Mets. I've said this for quite a while that he will be gone next season. I would be shocked that he'll be here next year. I don't expect the Squirrel to be here next year. I think that they will move him in the offseason. Now, I would mention this, okay? I don't think that Jeff will get moved. Now that I think about it, I don't think Jeff McNeil will get moved this deadline. But if he does get moved, it'll be to the Mariners. Because the Mariners have been on him for years. Years. So if he were to be moved, if he were to be traded, it would be to the Seattle Mariners, and they might still be looking for offensive help. They brought in Randy Rosarena. They traded for him. They traded for Justin Turner. And if there were to be a player that they could move in on, it would be Jeff McNeil. The Mets need pitching. The Mariners have a very deep pitching organization. So they could afford to move a pitcher for Jeff McNeil. I don't see Jeff getting moved, like I've been saying. But if McNeil were to get moved, it would be to the Mariners. Because they've liked him for a long time. He is starting to hit again. And the Mets could use another bat. I could use another pitcher, excuse me. That's what I see. Stanley Babbage says, with Winker here, does that rule out a Conforto reunion? Yes, I would say so. Because in my view, they did the easy thing. They went for the cheap contract. Winker's only making $2 million. Michael's making $13 million. And they look at it as they're getting the same value out of him, but actually maximizing the value because he's just going up against right-handed pitching. Well, Michael's playing every day. Now, I would mention about Michael, he's playing a very big ballpark, and it's not very good to left-handed hitters. So if you want to know why his power is down over the last 2 years, it's because he's playing in this gigantic ballpark. He's not playing in a city field. He's not playing in a small ballpark. I don't know what's going on with the Giants. Really, two teams I have a question about. What the hell is this? I'm watching on TV. Oh my goodness. Watching a weird commercial with Marie Osmond. She's totally different. She had like all this work done to her face. Holy shit. She's like a totally different person. Easily distracted. Yeah, she had work done on her face. What the hell, man? She don't look right. Looks like a fish, like all these women that get their faces done. Yeah, so I don't see I don't think Jeff will get traded. Well, what was I talking about Conforto? Conforto's numbers aren't as good as they should be because he's in a ballpark that's a big ballpark and it kills left-handed hitters. The only left-handed hitter that ever hit great in San Francisco was Barry Bonds. And Barry Bonds is an immortal. And Conforto is not, and that will hurt. That would hurt just a regular average major leaguer. And Conforto's being killed by being in that ballpark. That's a bad signing. His agent should have never sent him there. Never even suggested he go to San Francisco. That's a bad contract. Again, Michael is either the biggest dope in baseball in terms of making decisions, life decisions, or the agent's done a terrible job of giving him good advice. Because he screwed up. Hold on a second. Got a phone call. All right, sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. This person didn't realize I was doing a live stream. I tell people I'm doing live streams, and then they ignore your host. This is what happens when family pain in the ass. They call me up, pain in the ass. What the hell they want? But we're back here to finish up the show. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to sort of disappear on you, to ghost you like that. Sorry, my bad. But San Francisco is a very difficult place for a left-handed hitter to hit. And there's only been one player that did a great job there, and that was Barry Bonds. So that's a big reason. That's a big reason why. The big reason why Michael's numbers are terrible there. They're not as good as they should be. Stony 814 is correct. The Mets do play at 7:10 tonight. If the Mets make a trade tonight, I will have a video on it. And hopefully it's a good thing. This is from Mike Puma. Luis Severino and Blake Snell. So the players are talking about Snell. Quote, I think he's coming back to his old self. It would be really fun to get somebody like that. Oh, boy. The players are really pushing, I'll tell you. Good for them. The players are really pushed hard. The players are really pushed very hard for the Mets to do big things here. I mean, that's terrific. I'm glad the players have spoken up about it. Because the players, they've earned the right to say, look, we worked our asses off to get us back into a position to contend, get us in a position to win, to compete and to win. We want a little bit of help. We need some help here. We know Brandon Nemo's talked about it. We know Lindor has talked about it, and now Severino has talked about it. That is great stuff. That is terrific. It's great to see that. That you see guys on the club saying that, I mean, basically saying they care enough to say, we want some more help here. We need some help. Now, we know back in 2015 that it was a little different situation. They were a younger team. They didn't have David Wright playing for them at the time. Very young pitching staff with a couple of veterans on it, and they didn't say much. But you could see the second they brought in Uribe and Kelly Johnson and obviously Cespedes, that transformed that team. And then after that, Daniel Murphy went crazy, hitting home runs like crazy. Lucas Duda was hitting home runs like crazy. Total change from where they were. Now, this group has played very hard, a little bit different. They're more offensive-minded than that group. That group was just woefully terrible offensively until they started making those moves. And, of course, they called up Mike Conforto. But the Mets are in a kind of a similar spot here. But the difference is this is a veteran team, and they want more help on this team. And they've earned it. They have a right to say it. Because everybody gave up on them, including myself, by the way. Hopefully they're able to bring in a picture of significance that could really kick them in a good way. Because when you bring in big players, when you're in a stretch drive, it sends a message not only to you, but to your fan base and to your opponent that you're in it for the long haul. When they made those moves in 2015, everybody knew the Mets were dead serious about winning the division. If the Mets to say, were to bring in Snell or they bring in Skubal, it would send a message that the Mets were really serious about winning. Now, am I going to criticize them if they don't pull off a trade of that magnitude? No. Am I going to criticize them if they don't make any trades? Yes, because they need help. I'm not going to flip out like Spaz Licata's already making threats that he's going to flip out if they don't make the significant move. And I would mention, too, I'm on the fence now about Juan Soto signing with the Mets. Because when I see him, I don't see a player that makes his team better. I see him putting up big numbers, but he doesn't make the players around him better. So to me, I can live without him. And I could see WFN having a complete meltdown like we've never seen if the Mets don't sign him. Specifically from that dope Salagata. But again, I will be back after the Met game discussing the game and whatever trades that happened during the game over the next 4 or 5 hours. This has been a very enjoyable live stream. We've had a lot of fun. We talked about puppets, the potential puppets of this channel. This is why you need to sub to this channel and support this channel, because you guys will be the ones that will bring in the puppets, and to sort of basically mock them at their core, whatever they say. That's what I want to do here, is have real fun here at a high level. And I know that you could do that for me by subbing to the channel, leaving great comments, and of course sending me super chats and super thanks, and watching these this is a very long live stream. I would never been able to do this. I have like a house Wi-Fi now, so I'm able to do this now. But again, we'll be back in tonight after the game. I'll be back again in the morning. I'll be back again in the morning at 9 o'clock. We'll be outside for you. And then, of course, I'll be back in the afternoon around 2 o'clock like I was today, and we'll take this to the trade deadline to about 6:30. So it'll be a little bit longer show than this afternoon's was. So thank you for coming by. And, of course, please subscribe to the Baseball Hut, the best channel on YouTube and the most fun and the most original. Thank you, and I'll see you later.